Hold on. Let's pose for Algora. I think we're good. Let me pop out the chat for YouTube. Yeah, it makes sense, Dante. Yep. I have impeccable music taste. Yeah, when I went to eat sushi with some friends on Saturday, ooh, is Algora down? No, they're good. Damn it. All right, so I didn't time it right. Oh well. Didn't get the thumbnail going proper. It's fine. But yeah, we went, and I guess I forget the context and why it happened. This guy just keeps talking. Exactly. But basically, we got onto the concept of like the person whose birthday it was has never been to a concert, like a you know, music concert, right? Like Beyonce style, whatever. That was the artist they mentioned. They've been to like symphonies or something, sure, or like orchestra stuff, but never like a pop music or whatever thing. And then, like, as one of their gifts was these like cards, like burning questions, and one of them was like, "What is something you hate?" And it came to me, and I was like, "Pop music. I fucking hate Beyonce and Taylor Swift and all that bullshit. I hate it so much. Some of it gets all right over time. Burning questions is what it was. Yeah, exactly. Bedtime Bear remembers. Right? Like, there's certain 80s songs that were pop at the time that have, like, aged well, but very few. Like, Tiffany? Ugh. Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh. Ugh. Wham? Ugh. Ugh. We're Wham. We're Rock Against Coke. Or we're Rock Against Drugs. Buy Coke. Buy Pepsi. Or whatever, right? Like, dude. Yeah, Bill Hicks has such a good stand-up routine. Right? The musicians that, you know, don't do drugs and speak out against them, boy, they suck. Ballless, soulless, like, worst musicians you've ever heard. Right? If you think drugs are bad, I want you to go home, take all the CDs, all the albums, all the records that have enriched your lives throughout the years. I want you to go home and burn them. Because all those musicians are real fucking high on drugs. We All Live in a Yellow Submarine, they had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake to record that song. Ringo, come down. Yoko's gone, we can party again. That's a Bill Hicks routine, or like a joke. It's so good. Yeah, Bill Hicks is the best. I'm Bill Hicks and I'm dead now. Smoking didn't kill me. A bunch of angry non-smokers beat the shit out of me after a show. I tried to run, they were faster than I. I tried to hide, they heard me wheezing. A couple of them smelled me. And yeah, the smell joke is a good callback to earlier in the show, where it's like, hey, Bill, you know, you quit smoking, you'll get your sense of smell back. I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that urine? Honey, I think I smell a dead guy. Oh, look, someone peed on this dead guy. Ooh, I don't know about that one. I'm not sure about that, Robert Tables. That could have been Dennis Leary. Dennis Leary ripped off a lot of, like, Bill Hicks's shtick. Bill Hicks even had a joke about that. Like, I think he did it in an interview. He's like, see, actually, I stole jokes from Dennis Leary. I just happened to do them first. And here's the twist, though, to make sure you didn't realize I was stealing them. I actually added punchlines. Dude, yeah, Bill Hicks was the best. For sure. It is savage. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Dennis Leary was, like, renowned for being just pompous and arrogant and stealing jokes. There was an episode of one of, like, Colin something or other. I forget his name. Right? The guy with, like, the heavy, like, Boston accent. I think it was Boston. But, like, yeah, there was a, like, he used to have, like, a show where, like, three other comedians would come on and they'd just all, like, chat. Greg Giraldo ripped into Dennis Leary on one of those episodes. It was good. No, not Ferguson. No. Colin Ferguson's, British. Not a Boston accent. Comedian Colin Quinn. This dude. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I updated my lens, like, I want to say earlier this year. I've had this camera for a while, but I updated the lens, which allows me to do, you know, just, like, better, like, lighting stuff. Which means my shutter speed can be higher now. But yeah, it's been a while, Mokala, so yeah. And yeah, thank you, Robert Tables. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're chilling. And hey, what up, Halsa? What you up to over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? I mean, you can count the mustache strands because there aren't that many. Technically. Right? I have names for all of them. There's a couple white ones that grow out of the mole. That one's Tim. No, I'm kidding. I made that up. There are those who call him Tim. Someone got that reference. Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, which one do you want to be, FD? Right, maybe that's like a Twitch, like a sub reward. You hit 20 months subbed, I name a mustache hair after you. There's only 20 allowed. I'm just BSing here. All right, let's actually start building out what we're building. So we're rolling our own two-factor auth. Oh, God. Oh, plucking a mustache hair? Oh, that's got to be worse than plucking nose hairs. You would definitely tear up, right? Oh, that would suck. Oh, that would suck so bad. Oh, that would be so much worse than plucking a nose hair. Oh, man. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's not for me. All right, so we need to use this magic link success value. We extracted all of our magic link logic into a piece of middleware, which was the right move because we're doing it in 5 different endpoints now. I wasn't sure that we were going to need to do that, but then as I like thought about the user flow, we're definitely going to do that. It does mean that we reuse the magic link within its like window just for this part of the flow. But maybe the move, like, yeah. There's definitely a step at which we want to invalidate the magic link. Right, to prevent replay attacks. So I don't know. We'll make a decision on if we need to send back a new magic link on some of these responses. Yeah, that's probably the right way to go. Right, we still use the same like expiration date, but we just update the code and send that back as part of the response to prevent replay attacks. That is probably the move. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Marpo? How you doing? Hypervisor virtual machine? Okay. Makes sense, just to try it on like different OSs and stuff. Right, to make sure it's like fully isolated from your like Python environment, etc. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, to see how well it performs with like lower amounts of RAM as well. Yeah, that's a good point too. I like that. All right, so we need to use the magic link success value. On this stream, I think I went till around like 9. Maybe like 8:30. And I could potentially do the same tonight. Nice. You used it? Nice. How'd it go? Any major issues or anything? Sweet. That's what I like to hear. So here's something I want to do. In our middleware, sorry, 1 second, someone reached out. Alright, so yeah. It's definitely not middleware. It's going to be in utils. So export function. And because we can basically expect DynamoDB to be within the 10 to 20 second or 10 to 20 millisecond range, we can fudge some of these values with just some awaitable stuff. Which means maybe we don't need to worry about changing up the order of our logic too much. So this is going to be mock db request. How do we feel about this, right? Anyone here who is security-minded? Is this the right way to go? Just introduce, like, a mock request to prevent timing attacks. I don't necessarily care about the timing attacks for like other endpoints, but for our auth endpoints, definitely. Hold on. Let me message this to someone. Here we go. Sorry, I gotta get someone an invite for this. Okay, so there is no password, right? We're using magic links. So yeah, we're using magic links, which is already like more secure than a password anyway. Well, no, so hold on. Here's the thing, Baishtar, right? Timing attacks apply to more than just this stuff, right? Like, so here, when we are updating the magic link rate limit, etc., you know, we don't want them to be able to detect rate limiting, and there's other places where we don't want them to be able to detect other things too. So for the most part, we don't want them to know where they're bailing out, because we also have like multi-factor auth stuff. We don't want them to be able to discern if it was the magic link that failed or the multi-factor auth code. We just want to respond back with a 401 or a 400 or something. So that's the main gist. There's multiple things we're going to have to do. It's not just about the password. So that's why like the timing attack is more like preventing timing attacks is more complicated. Let me do one more thing. Sorry. I like distracted, but yeah, this is for like TwitchCon planning stuff. So I think it's worthwhile. All right, there we go. So back to this one. So then, yeah, this is the mock. All right, cool. So we do that there. Well, this thing is running really slow right now. Let me double check my activity monitor. Something is chewing up way more, probably RAM than it should, and I'm gonna guess that's Firefox. Yeah, that is Firefox. We'll just update Firefox and reboot it. We only had the one window open. Yeah, Twitch chat causes like a major memory leak. So if you're the kind of person that leaves your Twitch open as it like raids into other channels and stuff, you should probably make sure you're like rebooting Firefox when you do so. I think Chrome does the same thing, but Firefox is more conservative on like what they keep around. It's entirely possible. Yeah, like, yeah, Twitch definitely has like a memory leak or of some kind, I think, with how chat works. Nah, right? Yeah, I see the kappa. Edge is just Chrome, and I believe Edge has the same issue. Oh, Tim. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, we popped that open just because I wanted to check something. We actually used Claude. This is actually, like, I am bearish on LLMs and AI in general, but this is a fantastic use case I've found personally for Claude or any of these things. Like, I'm using Claude right now, but I bet OpenAI can do it too. And that is, you take one of your endpoints, pass it to Claude, and it can generate an architecture, like, workflow diagram. Right? Like, that's actually kind of nice. Like, how annoying is it to do this stuff yourself? Right? And it can also just kind of, like, help you recognize, like, oh, do I have a timing attack in here? Yeah, it's actually, like, I'm really not, like, gung-ho about LLMs. I find they don't really, like, help my workflow that much. But this right here, I hate doing mermaid diagrams. So, yeah, an LLM being able to generate this as you, like, you know, look at it and verify it. Technically, we got a bug, because the create fake user thing should then go down to here. So we'd still want to modify it, but that's still better than me having to do the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Tim. So, yeah, this is a use case that I find, yeah, actually really useful for, you know, for these LLMs and stuff. Yeah, exactly. And you can even then ask it, like, hey, do we have a timing attack? So yeah, hold on. Oh, we have a different workflow. Basically, in a previous one, I uploaded the diagram, and then after doing it, I then asked it, is there a potential timing attack? And it identified a couple, which it had, which is kind of cool. And I think one of the biggest things you're going to want to do then is when you're pasting code like that, because it's a single file rather than your entire, you know, like, project, you're going to want to give your functions human readable, like, function names so that it can chunk it and understand it as if it was like human language. So that's even like a better version for using like human readable, like, good function names, right? Making them longer than you might expect them to be makes us easier to scan them, but it also makes it easier for an LLM to understand it too. So yeah, like, it actually encourages good code practices too. Types for TS or Go from a given JSON. Not always perfect, but still saves so much time. I mean, you could just use QuickType, and QuickType's not even using an LLM. Right? So source type. I believe we can pick the language. I guess we got to go open QuickType to do it. But yeah, you can pick the language, like, and it's got a fairly, like, decent list too. So I would say, like, you don't even need an LLM for that. This is probably even faster than an LLM, and it's probably more accurate too. Like, I've never run into an issue with this part. There are some things where you might want to, like, abstract further. But yeah, QuickType is fantastic. Yeah, this is going in my Trello. So we got YouTube content. I'm going to actually make a new column. Unless I already have a column for it, but I don't think I do. Shorts. How I use it. using LLMs to generate mermaid document. So yeah, I think those could actually be some nice little shorts. I need to start doing more shorts, for sure. Okay. Just doing something. I forgot what it was. But yeah, so, cool stuff. Oh, I guess anyone over on YouTube, would you like me to paste that QuickType link? Yep. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind doing the, like, the pirate software thing and using shorts as a way to get people over here. I think that would be useful. And I think they're totally different niches. I think, you know, I could post this stuff to TikTok too. I think it'd be, you know. Is it going to be the content that blows up like Thor stuff? Probably not. But it's still better than nothing. So yeah, I gotta put more work into spreading out the content. What's up, De La Dirty? Yeah, how you doing? And hold on. Baishtar had a question. Which attack vector am I trying to resolve right now? I'm doing it on an endpoint basis, right? So it's not necessarily the vector. I'm just doing it endpoint by endpoint. So our MFA actually does Magic Link and MFA in the same endpoint. The endpoint where it came up is, it was either the recovery endpoint, like generating recovery code, or it was in the secret endpoint. I forget which one. But yeah, it might have been like this part. Yeah, I definitely don't want to do this like return right here. Yeah, this is definitely the place. So basically, we're doing our validate magic link code middleware, which you just saw. That gives us back this magic link success, and we want to evaluate magic link success or existing MFA secret key in basically the same place, but we want to do that like later. And yeah, this is pretty much like what we would do. We'd do the update result or the mockdb request. And then here at the end, we would just spit out a 400. Let me get more music going, though. Oh, now I remember what I wanted to do real quick. I needed to check on my other email address. And oh, buddy. Wait, are they making me pay the shipping? No, they're covering the shipping. Okay, cool. So yeah, hold on, I need to join their affiliate program. Sign up with Google. So yeah, we got a keyboard sponsorship in the works. It'll be coming in here eventually. And yeah, I gotta do some like content for it, and then I'll be using the keyboard. I don't know if I can say it yet. I feel like I signed the agreement, so it's on the way. So like, what would be the harm? So yeah, it's one of the Digmas. Nah. Like, the agreement's already signed. Like, at that point, like, the expectation is that I promote it and talk about it. Right? It's already shipping. Exactly, there you go. I think that's the one. Yeah, that's like the new one, right? It was, for sure. You're not wrong. Jeff Fritz. Nice. I don't think I've ever heard his first name. Yeah, and he's probably doing it through the same, like, sponsor program. That's my guess. I think it's the same one that Time Enjoyed did as well. His first name is C#. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so the Digma, you know, marketer or whatever their name is, or title or whatever, I think they're doing a good job just reaching out to streamers. Yep, yeah, I'm getting the same one, I think. I think that's the one they're trying to promote right now. And they said if things go well, then, you know, like, the next one is something that might happen too. It might, you know. No guarantees. Yeah, that's a good point, Tim. Yeah, good call. Yep. Yeah, like, good naming conventions actually make AI work better. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, for sure, Tim. Good call. And for everyone who's unaware, Tim's over on the YouTube. Yeah, exactly, Surly. It can be a little confusing. Well, no, we just said that, like, the gray hair that grows out of my mole, on the mustache, that hair's name is Tim as well. There are those who call him Tim. No, Robert Tables, it's the Monty Python reference instead. Right, Tim the Wizard. All right, so let's think about how we want to prevent this timing attack. The Twitch and YouTube audio are almost perfectly synced. I think that's actually rare. That's kind of cool. I missed some follows, though. Hold on. So, Carl Dev, or is it Carl Devil? Thank you for the follow. And Coder Joe, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, guys, and the Lords of the Underworld. Can't forget that. It depends, Surly. Yeah, I've heard some people mention that over on YouTube, you actually get better, like, streaming quality. I don't know, like their encoder is better or something? No idea. I feel like some people have also had, like, Twitch connectivity issues where, like, the Twitch stream keeps, like, pausing or getting weird. And they've had less issues with that on YouTube as well. So, just a thing. If you end up having weird connectivity on Twitch, you can always check the YouTube and see if it fixes it. Here is our stack. So it depends on what part you're asking. YouTube is ahead, but the cool kids type here. I think the cool kids type everywhere. Yeah, so Icon, this is not your own personal Stack Overflow. Seems to me like you could probably Google that. There you go. The cool kids type in both chats. Nailed it. So here's the thing, Icon. You're not brand new. It's not a drive-by at least. So you tried but didn't find a solution. That is where Googling is a skill, right? Your keyword selection is a skill. You need to actually practice that. I know you didn't search it, but what did you type as your search query? Right? Type that error message and RabbitMQ, and that's it. Because it's not an SJS thing, I don't think. But I don't know, right? Like, try combinations of both. Right? But Icon, like, giving you the answer doesn't help you nearly as much as helping you figure out how to search better. Your ability to search is a skill that you need to practice as a dev. Just like prompting an LLM is a skill that we will eventually need to practice as devs. until it becomes a skill, Dante, and then it's not so bad. Okay, so here is something. We can do this part first. And then before we do the update, this is where we do this. So if existing MFA secret key or magic link success, else and then this is await mockdb request. Programming is so difficult. I mean, Icon, anything worth getting paid more than minimum wage is going to be difficult. And even then, some minimum wage jobs are difficult. But if it was easy, it wouldn't be worth paying you to do it. Not the salaries that we make. So yeah, Icon, I would just simply ask, what was the search query? We can iterate on that. You can ask that question. We're not going to Google it for you, though. Sorry. So yes, we can help you fine-tune your search query. That is a skill that we can help you build. Fixing this one problem for you doesn't actually help you. Hope you're okay with it. There you go. That's another thing. Yeah, right? The dopamine reward from solving a problem that you've been working on for hours is huge. It's so good. It's addicting, right? And that's a beneficial addiction. So, yeah. Get hooked. So Tej, again, I would really encourage you not to try and answer the specific question they have yet. We need to teach them how to find it, not just ask random Twitch chats. We're trying to teach him how to fish. We're not trying to give him a fish. Yeah, no worries, Teach. That's the vibe of this channel in general. I would rather teach someone to fish than give them a fish. Yeah, how you doing, Teach Coder? Yeah, cheers. There you go, Bystar. Now, again, Icon. I don't want to discuss any of this specifically like that with you anymore until you do the thing I asked you for. If you're not willing to put in that effort to work on your ability to search for this stuff, I'm not willing to let you derail chat for this stuff. What was the search query you tried? I mean, I'm willing to help you figure that part out. But if you're not willing to do that bare minimum of effort, you're not going to derail chat with that stuff. 100%, four-wheel. Yeah, that's the analogy I'm referencing. We're trying to teach him how to fish, not just give him a fish. For the most part, the more you answer those specific questions for someone, the more it becomes like learned helplessness as well.
It's not easy being evil. Cook and Books
And it's not
is a
easy
villain
being
who has the power to manipulate financial markets and alter digital records and will. Their origin story begins in the bustling heart of Wall Street, where they were once a brilliant but overlooked accountant. Frustrated by the continual corruption they observed, they turned to a life of crime, using their deep understanding of finance to destabilize economies and funnel wealth to their secret accounts. Encased in a suit styled like old ledger books, Cook and Books schemes to upend the global economic order, all while remaining a phantom hidden behind layers of falsified transactions and embezzled funds.
Damn, Cook and Books. It's not easy being evil. Yeah, the evil accountant. Yeah, that's solid. So yeah, Robert Tables, if you haven't heard that before, we have a bot when someone subs, and thank you for the sub, Cookin' Books, I appreciate that. When someone subs or gifts donates 100 bits or more, or gifts a sub, the person who got gifted the sub, or if we get a raid of 10 or more. We take the person's name, and we pass it to ChatGPT with a prompt. This prompt is, imagine the person as a supervillain. Imagine their name and what their superpowers are. Also imagine their origin story. And I thought we had one for like imagining what their arch nemesis was, but we might have left that out. Once that comes back from ChatGPT, we pass that to DeepGrain. And whoever renewed their sub just now, I think you have to announce it. There we go.
It's not easy being evil. Robertables is a supervillain with the power of technomancy, the ability to control and manipulate any digital device. They emerged from the shadows of the digital frontier after a rogue AI merged with their consciousness during a cyber attack, reshaping them into a digital deity of sorts. With their ability to wreak havoc through the world's networks, Robertables commands legion of drones and can cause chaos in any digital system, aiming to overthrow the current technological hierarchy and establish a new world order governed by their own binary code.
Robertables. So yeah, it has the same bug as it had before, I think. Robertables. That's just, the forward in your autobiography. Exactly. Yeah, my bad. Hold on. We could imagine you as a cat or a superhero. Which one would you prefer? Or as not cat, sorry. As a cat or a sports star. Which would you prefer? Sports star? All right, let's do it. And we have it not doing like conventional sports. Sometimes it does. We have it specifically in the prompt. Here's the prompt actually. When I tell you a username, imagine the user as a sports star. Decide what sport they play. Also describe their greatest play for that sport and create any other milestones that make sense. Try to avoid common sports like basketball or soccer. Try to opt for obscure sports or even made-up sports.
We are in the presence of greatness. ROBE. RTTABLE.
Oh, hold on. It was capitalized. Ooh, it is running like shit, though. Let me just refresh real quick. Here we go. I had caps lock on.
We are in the presence of greatness. Robert Tables is a superstar in the electrifying world of competitive hoverboarding. Their greatest play was during the World Hover Finals, where they executed a triple axel spin over a 15-foot ramp, a move that had never been attempted before in the sport. This daring maneuver not only won them the championship, but also set a new world record for the most complex aerial trick in hoverboarding history. Beyond this, Tables is acclaimed for pioneering the use of sustainable energy sources in their hoverboard's design, revolutionizing the sport's environmental impact.
Ooh, there you go. Robertables every time. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's fun. And hold on. That's fine, Icon. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you for chilling. And yes, sometimes you just need to, like, step away from the code and do something else and come back to it. That is also a very important skill or technique. Right? There may be the language barrier, so this might not make it through, but for everyone else, there's the idea of the diffuse thought process. So when you are working on a problem and you're thinking about it and focusing, that is your focused thought process. Instead, when you maybe have shower thoughts, right? When you're just, washing up in the shower and you have this brilliant idea, that is your diffuse thought process kicking in. And you can actually use that. You can weaponize it. You can just step away from your code and do something else that you needed to do anyway, such as take a walk, take a shower, do your laundry, wash your dishes. And in that moment, your brain starts working on the thing anyway, because your brain is not just a single thread. So at that point, yeah, like you can use your diffuse thought process and solve problems without even trying. So I would say try and activate your diffuse thought process as much as you can. It's why finishing on a problem instead of finishing on success for the night is a valuable thing to do as well, right? I pretty much try to never end on like a finished problem or on a successful problem or whatever. Instead, I can sit there, go to sleep, and my brain might think about it in a focused way, but instead, like, you'll come back to it the next day and you might have some idea that you wouldn't have thought of in the moment because you're too focused on it. So yeah, right? Time away from code doesn't mean that you're not thinking about it anymore. Ooh, 2 a.m. for you? Yeah, that's late. But I bet you have dishes sitting in your sink. I bet you have some laundry you can do. Well, trash to take out might, like, wake up the neighbors or something. All right, real quick. I have to use the restroom again. I've been just chugging this tea. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, we're going to continue doing this stuff. I think I want this to be a 400, though. And then we're good. So, yeah, I got to go pee. I'll be right back.
Now, would you like to be a pepper too?
Statue's what did it? Nice. And oh shit, hold on. Hold on. So December 13th is when applications close. Okay. That's important. And yeah, NeoVim comp. When do they need TalkSpy for that one? There you go, 684. Yeah, if you do a kappa, that means the same thing as troll, basically, right? So, totally up to you. No, we're not using Nest.js at all. Here is our stack. And then architect is that. So yeah, I'm gonna have to apply to speak. Conference talks are 22 minutes. Yeah, we're not gonna do this today. I just wanted to look and double check. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be my goal. Cause yeah, I don't like, I don't know, I don't like paying for conference tickets. That is definitely coming from like a place of privilege, because I have given talks that mean I didn't have to pay. So cooking books, yeah. The single table design dynamo. This Alex Debris article might help. And yeah, there are ways to do like aggregated queries to Dynamo as well, but it tends to be like fast enough that it's fine. Especially if you can parallelize them. Yeah, exactly 684. Yeah, for sure. Like there are very few that are actually worth it. React Miami might be one. There's so many free conferences. Oh, nice, Surly. Yeah, hold on. How much is a ticket? I'm curious. $3.99. I think they go up to like $1,000. Okay, no. So $5.49. That's not bad. Like I've seen some that get up to like $1,500. Like that, I consider that's way too much. And yeah, like the reason they do this is because they tend to expect that your company's gonna pay for it. Yeah, reInvent's like $2K. Yep. Yeah, reinvent's insane. What do you get for that money? The chance to talk with like-minded individuals. You know, like networking. They often have food at the events and stuff like that. Yep. Yeah, travel and accommodations are totally like, you're on the hook for that stuff. Right? The after parties are a big part. Like opening party, after parties. Seeing the talks in person and getting to actually chat with the speakers is kind of nice. Yeah, it's especially useful if you're a contractor or working for a company. Yeah, you can see if they have volunteering positions. Yeah, Nori's cooking books. Yep, we'll see in a bit. I'll be going for at least a couple more hours. I'm thinking like, we can go till 8 again. So about 4 more hours. We'll hop into a whiskey here in about 45 minutes. So Icon, I pick AWS for scale, right? If you're hosting your own VPS, you have a single point of failure. I know, right, Baishtar? I get a free ticket to that one because I'm speaking at the Open Feature Summit. And yeah, $1,500 to go to Salt Lake when it's not even like winter and you could snowboard. I don't know. Yeah, if they would just do like a December or a January like conference in Utah, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I probably wouldn't even go to the event. I would go snowboarding during the day and then come back and do like the night like hangout sessions. Because that's like how I do those things. Singapore would be cool, yeah. Elixir Conf was good. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Elixir. The chat overlay you see below, the back end for that, is Elixir. Yeah, where was Elixir? Florida. Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna pay to travel to Florida. At least, like, not the conference ticket. Right? If I get a free ticket by speaking at React Miami, then I'll totally go. But yeah, I don't think I'm paying out of my own pocket for that. Like, not for the ticket. If I'm already paying for the flight and the hotel room, yeah, I'm not paying for the ticket out of pocket. Yeah, no worries, MJ. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I need to remember to apply to React Miami. Okay, so I think we're good here, right? If either of these fail, then we do that. Otherwise, we do this request and we return the 200. Perfect. So we don't need to do if-else logic because we're returning. That's fine. Perfect. So then, yeah, all this other stuff happens, whether it's successful or not. But it's not doing anything destructive, so we're good there. Yeah, I like it. So, boom, right? Our leaving auth is done. We need to just continue doing this for other endpoints. This one was recovery. Now we need to do basically the same thing. Oh, wait, no, that was for secret. Now we need to do basically the same thing for recovery. Yep, hold on. So we do want to do like a log on here. We'll just nest this if check. I'm okay with that. This is just, log error. Selenium, Puppeteer, or Playwright? So I would avoid Selenium. There's just a lot of, So hold on, Bedtime Bear, are you out there? This is Bedtime Bear's wheelhouse. I'd rather let Bedtime Bear chime in. But if they're not there, that's fine. Brahim. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, good night, Icon. I think, yeah, you need to get some sleep. You'll wake up in the morning and you'll have some better ideas. All right, so Bedtime Bear is not here. Yeah. They are very deep in that, like, ecosystem of understanding end-to-end tests. Yeah, no worries, enemy. That's fine, Brahim. Here is our stat. Double check one thing. Okay, cool. And yeah, here's the current song. There you go. Okay, so basically, Selenium introduces a lot of like flaky tests because of like the whole WebDriver connection thing. Puppeteer is slightly better, but the problem with Puppeteer is that it's only Chrome. So if you want to do cross-browser testing, Playwright is basically your only option. Now, you can do it with Selenium, but Selenium introduces the idea of, like, having to add timeout. You know, just to make sure that the DOM has resolved. Playwright avoids a lot of that, like, timeouts. Right? Like, a lot of, like, the wait kind of logic. Because it's smarter about, like, waiting for things to be there with its own, like, timers still. But, yeah. So that's the big thing I would say there, Faceless. If you're only caring about Chrome, Puppeteer is fine. If you're actually trying to cross-browser test into, I believe, Safari, but definitely Firefox and Chrome and Edge and all that other stuff, Playwright's the move. right? And this is not trying to be just like, oh, you know, I like one better. This is more about just like the technical differences. Depending on which things you're okay with or what you're going for, that's up to you to decide. Does that help, Faceless? We good? Okay, so cron was what you were looking for. And drives like shit. Yeah, totally, 684. Yeah, exactly. But it will still work. It'll get you from point A to point B if you have to. And Selenium may still support certain browsers that Playwright might not. Like if you need to target like Android browser. Like old Android browser. Like before Chrome was like fully ported. If you need to target Firefox for Android, if you like some of those things might not have full Playwright support yet. That's true. There's definitely some stuff, but I still feel like Selenium has a lot more like flakiness to it, and I believe it runs slower. But this is old data. I haven't verified it. I haven't used Selenium in years. I have done stuff that is like WebDriver based, but it was just using like the WebDriver interface rather than like Selenium itself. And that might be kind of what you're talking about, the bread. Like the expected condition stuff is part of WebDriver. Oh, thanks, OnePlane. Yeah, I'm giving it a shot. I try and give it a shot like once a year. I didn't have a chance to give it a shot last year because I typically don't do the facial hair when I'm applying for jobs because it makes me look younger. And there's definitely like age bias in the industry. For more senior roles, it might actually benefit me. Yeah, no worries, MJ. Yeah, it sounds fun. Like, I've never done any embedded stuff. Yeah, that sounds fun. The front-end flaky test stuff? Yeah. I understand that, 684. I think there is still just like... And we kind of discussed it yesterday. Where I'm a big fan of Spiridon. He's an awesome dude. Like, really awesome. I just cannot get behind his and the Primogen's, like, React is a mistake mentality. Because the moment you want to do something that is not the common case, every single like project you're going to be on is going to be its own special snowflake, and the onboarding process for that is so much more work. And even then with React projects, each React project ends up being a little bit of its own special snowflake, where onboarding is effort. And that's why frameworks like Angular and Ember are still very powerful. Again, I don't believe in any of that either there, 684. Because 684, you might not have been here when we did this right here. Right? At some point, we need to be business-minded. I think that's the important thing. So let me just do this. I love reading this, so I don't mind doing this again. And maybe you've already read this article and it's rehashing something, but I fundamentally believe in this article, like, and the lesson it's trying to teach us. So, the only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks, hold on, let me zoom out a bit. The only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs. The person replying then says, "This sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who's producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks, which is a memory leak. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, "Of course it leaks." He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then they just doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention. Right? As developers, we need to be business-minded. What is the more like cost-benefit analysis approach? Is it spending thousands upon thousands of dollars to have a dev fix that memory leak? Or is it adding an extra, $10 to the hardware build? The extra $10 can be added into the price that you're selling this thing to a government entity for anyway. It's so much easier. But pricing that development time into the missile and amortizing that becomes a lot harder of a business case and harder to justify to the customer. Why do I love you guys? Because I really enjoy this. No, and I understand that 684, right? Like, here's another talk that I think really hits upon what you're talking about, right? The birth and death of JavaScript. And maybe you've seen this already too. Right? In this, right? Gary Bernhardt basically says, JavaScript is a stupid language, which it is. It has so many flaws and weird things about it. But he's not saying that Brendan Eich, the guy who created it, is a stupid person, right? He made the language in 10 days, and we're paying the price for it ever since. However, that price we're paying, does that matter, right? At the end of the day, being able to ship stuff is important. And our time to ship has massively increased with something bad like JavaScript. If JavaScript was a good language, we wouldn't have put all of this effort into building things around it that made it better and passable, right? And that's where he goes in and he starts talking about WebAssembly. If JavaScript was good enough, would WebAssembly have ever happened? Right? If it was Clojure or something like beautifully designed, would WebAssembly have happened? Maybe, but not in the same timeline, at least. Because it would have been good enough. So yeah, this is my favorite conference talk of all time. Sure, 684, I can agree with that, 100%. But at the end of the day, sometimes something being bad forces us to think creatively to get around the problem, to create a good solution instead. Right? Constraints are the mother of creativity. Yeah, React is fine. Totally. I just think there is definitely like a group of people that focus on performance and correctness over everything. And those people are some of the worst people to work with, in my opinion. Because they let perfect be the enemy of good. And at the end of the day, the only reason we do this stuff is so that we can build something that solves problems. The quicker you can solve those problems, the better. There is a balance, absolutely. Totally agree. But a lot of people, I think especially Prime, value performance over almost everything. And I think that's just That's a fundamentally flawed perspective. Yes, React on a TV. Doesn't work, right? There are edge cases, of course. But to say it's completely a mistake? He's making that argument for hyperbolic reasons because it makes for good content. It's what a lot of his audience wants to hear. Yeah, and OnePlane, that's a very similar thing. Like Vape Juice Jordan, when he was streaming, pointed out that they couldn't use CSS in JS because of the performance overhead of that stuff, right? It's just not something you can do because there's a runtime contingent to at least like styled components and some of the other things. With modern CSS and JS that is done at compile time, then you're okay. But it took a while for us to get those like compile time CSS and JS tools, right? The zero runtime tools. Styled components was a non-starter for embedded things like inside of a TV. I get it, but to base your entire opinion about everything off stuff that doesn't work in an edge case is ridiculous. So 684, right? Like the big thing there is we need to maybe get rid of the just-in-time compilation and instead make that ahead-of-time compilation. And that's something you can do with Pour4. Eventually. It's not a replacement yet. But bam. Right? Pour4 can help you get some of that by doing the Wasm kind of stuff, right? You can compile JavaScript to Wasm and have it be massively performant by doing ahead-of-time compilation instead of just-in-time compilation. So yeah, like really cool stuff. Yeah. I wholly agree that Wasm is the future. And because I am totally Gary Bernhardt built. At Chain React, the React Native conference, Theo and I even recorded a short. I don't know if he's published it yet, but the short's basis was like, what is my worst take? And to me, I think his worst take is about Wasm. I think Wasm is the future. And, you know, I didn't necessarily focus on the front end aspect, but I pointed out that what about for back end stuff? What about for like server side code? Write in any language you want, and as long as you got a runtime that can run the Wasm, bam, you can deploy it anywhere. Right? As long as you have a language that compiles to Wasm and a runtime that can run the Wasm, boom, you've got two completely separate languages that can totally interop. And that's where the power of XDism comes in. WebAssembly has always been here, though? No, it hasn't. There's a full-on timeline, and I'm making a talk about that. No, WebAssembly existed as ASM.js back in 2014. I think started in maybe like 2011. Google had the native client, which was 2011. Right? But that was a Google Chrome specific thing. Emscripten was the thing that created ASM.js. Right? And ASM.js was actually just JavaScript with annotations. And then the spec for WebAssembly was something like 2015, or at least like the proposal, and like full on like the full spec and adoption in browsers was 2018. So we are finally being able to realize the dreams, right? The fever dreams that devs had over a decade ago. If you consider the whole time being the last 10 years, then sure. But that is not the case. There was basically 20 years between JavaScript being created and WebAssembly being usable. Yeah, no worries. Again, I'm passionate about WebAssembly. I even have a photo with Gary Bernhardt. Right? He was at the Seattle JS Christmas party. I have a photo with Gary Bernhardt. Yeah, he's awesome. No, Robert Tables, the whole point of that talk is that we can get rid of the rings. We don't need protection rings anymore if we can run WebAssembly at ring 0. Boom, good to go. The whole point is getting rid of the rings. And I knew what you meant. But if you're gonna take the piss, I can take the piss too. Yeah, Wasm has sandboxing built in. Like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Right? Which is why we don't need the protection rings anymore. There you go, Robert Tables. I was just saying it as, like, the way the British say it. You taking the piss, mate. Context boundaries, something browsers really don't have. I mean, they do have some boundaries, right? Like, you know, you have separation between domains and tabs. They're very, like, you know, it's a major vulnerability if you're able to escape those things. No, I gotcha, but, you know, there's room for improvement. Ooh, so extensions are a hack. Yeah, no, extensions are a hack. The only extensions I have installed... Okay, no, I have the one for the company I work for, GetKraken, which doesn't request any special access, which I think is odd. I have mine that I made called Stethoscope, so I can evaluate the health of a GitHub repo. And then, yes, I have the landmark navigation for accessibility stuff. But I massively do not trust browser extensions. I do not install someone's random browser extension. I just don't do it. Yeah, browser extensions are a mistake. Like, kind of. Yes, XDism is very, very cool. And I am going to be giving a talk about it at SquiggleConf in Boston. I am hoping to champion it at GetKraken. In fact, like a couple weeks ago, I spent the entire week, 2 hours a day, streaming, working with XDism to see what it would look like to integrate it with our CLI tool and with GitLens in VS Code. I'm really stoked they let me stream on our channels that way. That was awesome. Oh, there you go, the bread. Touche. Ooh, what is XTP, though? Oh, a service around, like, distributing your plugins. This is necessary for sure. This is huge. Yep. Oh, MJ, you know I'm a collector. Ah, okay, yep. Yeah, one plane, and that's one of the powerful things about passkeys, because passkeys are like at the OS level, which is pretty cool. Not a big fan of some of the other stuff that AJ was saying on his stream yesterday, but whatever. I do like the fact that he demoed the passkey stuff to us. That's cool. But with WebAuthn still being like an influx spec, I'm not adopting it until it's like solidified. Some of his language, I was actually ready to unfollow pretty much immediately. That is a good point. Yeah, we looked at that during the news crawl earlier, 684, for sure. Luckily, though, that vulnerability requires that they have your username and password and access to your physical device, like in their hand. And a possible canary you can use is to have some like nail polish along the seams of the device. Right? If you see that nail polish cracked, well then, yeah, you know that someone's pulling some shenanigans. Totally, that's the reason. So MJ, a canary is basically like, you know, the canary in the coal mine, basically. Like, you know, if the canary dies, then the air is toxic and you need to get out. So it's basically like a sign. The idea is if you do the nail polish on the seams of like the plastic casing for your YubiKey, you can use that as a canary to where if it's cracked, that means someone opened it up. And that means that, yeah, your device is compromised. One of my favorite examples of a canary like that is in, remember what color the nail polish was? Sure. Yeah. My favorite example of that is in Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency. I think it's that one. It could have been The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul. But in one of those books, Dirk Gently is basically in a battle with his housekeeper. Whoever opens the fridge first is the one that has to clean it out. So he ends up doing all sorts of like interesting things to like determine if the fridge has been opened. Like, I forget the exact mechanism, but he has a canary to determine if someone has opened his fridge. Yeah, I'm a huge Douglas Adams fan. I've read almost everything he's written. I haven't read Last Chance to See, so I'm not a big fan of nonfiction. But I've read Starship Titanic. I've read, the Dirk Gently stuff, the Hitchhiker's Guide stuff. For sure. Big fan. Warrant Canary. What does that mean? Oh. Yeah, okay. So they can't say that they've been issued the subpoena, but they can say they haven't been issued the subpoena. Ooh, that's genius, actually. Ooh, I like that. Right? You invent a better mousetrap, the universe will invent a better mouse. There are ways to defeat the Warrant Canary? Ah, that's a shame. Like, what is the way to defeat that? I'm curious. Oh, so you can't even do like intercompany changes. So yeah, the people that would update that document weren't allowed, like you weren't allowed to inform them. So I mean, the way to fix that is that you're responsible for maintaining that doc. Boom, nailed it. Does that fix it? Oh, and doing the PR? I feel like there's still like an organizational way to do that, but it involves everyone like just knowing what that means, right? Right, but I mean, if you just make it their thing and that person doesn't need to explain shit, you see this PR, you just merge it. I think, right? Wouldn't that do it? Oh, okay, right, because only one person could be involved. Nah, that does break SOC 2 compliance. True. Well, I mean, SOC 2 compliance is about auditing. No, I mean, like, you'd still have to do a PR, but you just can't explain why you're making the PR, right? And then SOC 2 compliance is satisfied. Isn't it? Because, yeah, as far as I know, SOC 2 compliance just needs, like, the traceability. It doesn't necessarily need the reasoning. Oh, it is definitely necessary, for sure. Yeah, I guess just informing people that you're on the team that has to deal with those subpoenas runs afoul of it, right? So telling them that when you see this person make a PR to this file, just merge it, I guess that runs afoul too. Yeah, that's tricky. That sucks. Right, right. But I get that, Baishtar. I guess the key would be like, are you able to tell people that when this person makes a PR, you just approve it, you can't ask why? Because then you're still getting the auditability of like the changes and when they were made. And I believe that's all you need for SOC 2. I could be wrong. I'm not a lawyer. But yeah, at a large enough organization, it's really hard to make that happen. When you say technically no, practically yes, you mean about like the... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, for sure. Like, I feel like that would still be okay. All right, when you do that, you're like, so implicit is not the same thing though. Right? Like, proving implicit is much harder. Verizon and Google just took it to court and won. Okay, well that's even better. That's huge. That's huge. I don't know if it's easy when you have deeper pockets. I think it's more like you can just cost them more, right? It's maybe not something you can prove, but you can keep them tied up long enough that it becomes like maybe not worth the cost. So there's like a... Right, so I guess that's the thing 684. It would be a personal suit rather than a suit against the business, right? Like, that's how they get you? So that's how, like, they actually get around it. It's not against the company, it's against the person. Okay, right, the case, right? Suit, case, same idea, right? The criminal charge is levied against the developer rather than the company. Or both? Okay. Well, I mean, they say a man who represents himself in court has a fool for a client. Well, on that day, I am that fool. That's a very popular quote in my family because my dad defended himself against Belcor and won. Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. I totally get you. Totally get you. Like, yeah, I get it there, 6-8. Totally makes sense. Really be a Sanctus. So, I mean, technically, defending yourself, like, that would be only in defense. You can't prosecute somebody without passing the bar, right? Okay, so you were defending yourself, and you had clear evidence against it, against a supplier. Oh, so that would be in a civil case, though, 684, right? Interesting. I was not aware of that. You can actually represent yourself pro se? As, like, the prosecution? Really? I guess in a civil case, it's not, like, defense and prosecution. Well, I mean, it is still. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can't... No, we weren't talking about criminal, Robert Tables. Yeah, exactly. We were not talking about criminal. We were talking about only civil. But what I was saying is, in a civil case, prosecution and defense are still the terms you use, correct? I'm less clear on that. I'm asking. I don't know. But yeah, my dad defended himself in 1990 or 89 or something like that. Maybe even like a little bit later, right? The case was probably like 92 or 93, maybe even 94. He was in his like tweed, like 70s suit with his afro and mustache, defending himself against massively overpriced, like corporate lawyers. Oh, plaintiff and defendant. Gotcha. So it's plaintiff and defendant, not prosecution and defendant. Got it. That makes sense. Got it. Yeah, I've never been 100% on what the term prosecute, like, literally means. Right? Like, institute legal proceedings against. It actually seems to me like it still holds. Right? Nothing here actually, like, mentions that it's specific to, like, criminal proceedings. Overruled. I understand Robert Tables, but as far as the Oxford definition of the word prosecute, nothing here actually denotes that there is a distinction between criminal and civil. Okay? Now, because that is Oxford, it might not apply to U.S. court law. Sure. But I'm just saying, the word itself does not denote criminal. Right? That's what I thought too. Yeah. So you're still, even as the plaintiff, you're still the prosecution. All right. There we go. We're both right. Yeah, don't forget tree law. And always bird law. Don't even bring bird law into the case. Yes, I'm referencing Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Duh. Yeah, tree law, I'm just referencing. Tree law is very popular over on Reddit. Bird law is a joke, like, you know, version of law from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Charlie considers himself an expert in bird law. Hold on, let me double check a thing. Hold on one second. Alright, sorry. Just had to do a thing for work. No, I appreciate it, MJ. No worries. Zayu, how you doing? Hello there, Fizzy.
Of greatness, Zudev is a star player in the thrilling sport of Skyblade, a high-altitude, wind-powered blade racing competition. Their greatest play was at the World Skyblade Championship, where they executed a daring triple corkscrew maneuver between 2 cloud rings to overtake 5 competitors in the final moments, securing the win. Notably, Zhu Dev is the first and only competitor to complete this move successfully in competition setting, a world record that solidified their status in the sport.
Nailed it. So yeah, we got a Skyblade expert here. Yeah. I don't know if I open sourced it yet, but yeah, it's pretty easy to set up. I'm basically just taking like the name of the raider with, you know, and you can set like the threshold of how many people coming through on the raid to trigger it. I take their name, pass it with a prompt to ChatGPT. We get a response back, and then I pass that to DeepGram for the voice part. So yeah, it's fun. Oh, damn right. For sure. Yeah, I'm just, I haven't yet purchased my hotel room. I got the ticket. Flight's easy. But yeah, I haven't done the hotel yet. I'm hoping some cheaper rooms open up, or I'll just like, you know, get maybe one of the cheaper ones in Uber, because some of them are like $600 a night because I took too long to actually like, you know, lock it down. But yeah, it's gonna be good. I think, I don't know if we've like booked a place, but I'm pretty sure Prime is like hoping to like bring us all together for at least like one big party night, you know, which would be cool. And I think Thor is big enough that we probably do want to try and book like a location, but I haven't talked to Prime at all yet about that. Like, he did send me a message, but there hasn't been any follow-up. Nice. Yeah, low level is pretty big, too. Yeah, I think Thor is, like, the one that's, like, big enough that there are going to be people wanting to meet him there. Like, 100%, for sure. I'm not sure how many people show up for Prime. Like, last year, they would have done the same thing, and I think he was still just hanging out, you know? But yeah, I think Thor is like big enough, like, and he does enough gaming that, yeah, there will be people that just want to like hang out wherever he's hanging out. Oh yeah, he's put in the work. He kills it. Yeah. We're gonna try. That's the goal. If not, well, we just head to a bar and drink anyway. Bummer. So yeah, it'll be good. What were you up to on your stream? I didn't even look at what the bot told us. Just working? Yeah, nice. Yeah, I love the fact that you can do like open source work on stream. That's my dream, actually. You know, like developer advocacy is cool, but building stuff, even better. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that'd be solid. I'd love it. Yeah, it'd be really great. And honestly, you know, we didn't get to do that interview. I get it. You're busy. Stuff happens. We got enough anyway. But I'm happy to do some more like interview style content if you're willing at any point. So yeah, don't feel bad about that. I'm not bummed at all. Like, yeah. Oh, no. Don't feel bad about that. It's totally fine. I got to interview Brian Douglas. Like, it was great. That was super cool. That was my first time actually like chatting with him. I'll probably see him at GitHub Universe too. But yeah, like, it was awesome. Got everything we needed. And I'm just stoked he was like willing to contribute and, you know, help me get that stuff done. Makes me look really good at work. Yeah, it's great. Just because, like, I remember him streaming on Twitch years ago. You know, like, and he's raided me a bunch of times. So, like, it was just cool to actually, like, chat with him. That was awesome. Gotta play some music? Yeah, that'd be cool. Like, I could record some, like, loops. And then you can, like, sequence them how you see fit. I think that'll be the best way to do, like over the internet collaboration. For sure. And then at some point, if we end up getting a song, then we can, like, record it in a more proper way. I think loops actually works just fine. So, yeah. Yeah, we can make that happen. You've been working on your paradiddles and flamadiddles? I think we've already discussed this. You've actually been like drumming for a bit, right? So you got your pairs and flams like dialed, right? I think I remember making that comment on Twitter at one point. Yeah, you got that stuff on lock. Nice. I never actually got that stuff going. My little brother was the drummer. So yeah, like, I would play bass, my older brother would, like, shreds on guitar, and my younger brother is the drummer. So we had our own, like, Stoner Hanson. It was pretty good. Never recorded anything, but we would jam. It was super fun. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, so the thing we're working on here on stream. Yep, never mind. Have a good one. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk soon. But let me at least inform the rest of the people that came in on the raid what we're doing today. So we are building out our own two-factor auth because I don't want to pay for Clerk, right? They charge an extra $100 a month to get multi-factor auth. There are some other providers that are much more reasonable in price. I forget the name of them. But at the end of the day, how hard could it be? We're finding out how hard it can be. But it's still a great learning experience. And I did purchase rollyourownauth.com. So I think I need to make like a, you know, one of those like courses, right? Like the way Aaron Francis did the SQLite thing. But yeah, so the part that we're on is I've done a lot of the MFA stuff, right? Like the multi-factor auth. And we're pretty much finishing and wrapping that up. The part we've actually been working on mainly for the past couple days is magic links. So magic links are basically us doing away with passwords and then just sending you a code to your email that you click a link, and that is your like login password. And you might wonder, like, well, what if your email gets compromised? Well, if your email gets compromised, your password doesn't mean shit either, because they could just initiate a password reset and boom, your password doesn't matter. So, right, magic links are at least better than passwords. And then from there, because we're doing something basically financial with this application we're building, we are enforcing that they also have two-factor auth setup or multi-factor auth. And that'll just be like, you know, using like the Authenticator app or possibly even YubiKey. I don't have one of those to test with. So I'm going to have to buy one of those to figure it out. Despite the vulnerability that was found earlier. And yeah, so like, here's one of the cool parts. We basically attach a secret key to the user, and that secret key then gets base 32 encoded and sent along in a URL to the multi-factor auth app, right? Or like, you know, your app, like Google Authenticator or whatever. That URL is then encoded into a QR code, and that's how like the scanning it actually works. Pretty awesome, right? So, yeah, I think we might be finished with our API endpoint. Now, we basically need to start hammering out the front end aspect of, like, what do these, like, routes look like? What do these pages look like? We're not fully done, though, because over here we have a template that we haven't done yet. No. So, technically, these two things are totally separate. So the magic link goes out to the user, right? The magic link is not that URL we just showed. The magic link is just like an opaque token that we just generate randomly using NanoID. And it's got like a TTL of 30 minutes. That goes out in our like URL in the email. User clicks that and we get it. We take that magic link code and that'll be part of the exchange process of the two-factor auth. So basically we'll prompt them for two-factor auth and they send their like two-factor code along with the magic link code, and we validate both, and then that logs the user in and gets them a JWT. The QR code doesn't have anything to do with the email. You just, like, when you log in for the first time, we force you to set that up before you can even get a JWT, and you have to go through the QR code process of setting that up and adding it to your app. So they are somewhat related, but they're not like, we're not sending the QR code like thing to their email at all, right? Like never the twain shall meet. A way to make magic emails even more secure? Well, I mean, the fact that we're like enforcing multi-factor auth, I think is the way to do that. Oh, like separate one-time QR codes. Okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I don't know. That would take some thought, and I don't necessarily want to do anything that is... Well, I mean, no matter what, we require multi-factor auth with the magic link. So you click the magic link, and you can't do anything until you multi-factor auth anyway. So we're kind of doing that anyway, right? Like, you can click the magic link and get to the thing that shows you the multi-factor auth, like, view of where you enter the 6 characters. But hold on, 684. Basically, what we're doing is magic link doesn't work without your device anyway. We don't need to make it a one-time like QR code because it's just your application that's doing it. But you can't log in without multi-factor auth. So by enforcing multi-factor, we're good to go anyway. right? Like, you can't log in with the magic link without your device because multi-factor is required. Now, in some services where multi-factor is optional, then yes, that's where you have that issue. But here, because multi-factor is required to even get into the app, to get a JWT, to do anything in the app, like, bam, like we're solving that problem in the same way. I think, right? In the way you were expecting it, I think. Now, here's another thing that I quite like. Have you seen, like, the Microsoft DID, Decentralized Identity? More frictionless? Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the friction. This is not an app that you're gonna need to be, like, logging into every day in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? I mean, no, I got you. I think it's an interesting thing, and I've already, like, built it out before. The problem is, and hold on, this is kind of a fun game for anyone anyway. NPM. Right? Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to find English words that are not already repos in NPM. It's harder than you think. Check out the rules to find out more. Here in the rules, it has to be letters only, so no numbers, real words in our dictionary, and it's a limited dictionary, English only, and 3 letters minimum, 10 letters maximum. So let's get started. This is where we were doing the Microsoft Identity thing. It is currently broken because the provider we were using no longer exists, which is also a major problem with the decentralized identity. So I find that a bit annoying. But I wanted to prove out the usage of it because this was for some sponsored content from Microsoft in the past. So yes, this Microsoft Identity thing doesn't work. I should probably remove it by now, but whatever, I'm lazy. But if we go log in, it's kind of a fun game. So, real quick, I'm gonna go use the restroom and pour some more water and try and think of words that you would want to use that we haven't guessed yet as well. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. BRB.
Give him an enema.
Okay, and I'm back. Ooh, music stopped. I'm sorry. I left y'all quiet there. That's a mistake. Did I say steak? All right, so anyone got any ideas on what they want to put into the game? Because we're at a good moment to like pivot to doing our front-end logic to then validate our back-end endpoints, etc. So it's about that time, right? Like, you know, a good break between things, even though we've been ranting for the past hour or so anyway. I love a good rant. How about rant? Oh, taken. All right. What's up, name? How you doing? One name, zero effort. Ooh, that's a good name. I like that. Fizzy the Visionary, thank you for that follow as well if you're out there still. Thank you. DRC, I missed that one. I hope you're still there. Let's try Fizzy. Take it. Right? It's not as easy as you think. If you want to give NPM, right, which is NPM possible match, a try, give it a shot. And I'll even type it over for the YouTube crowd as well. No one wants to try? Oh, type that in the wrong place. Duck.js is taken. Right? Cool. Saw someone say cool kids elsewhere. Yep. Never expect an LLM to port C to Golang when the code involves math. Yeah. That sounds about right. Involve. Ooh. Take it. So yeah, it's a hard game. If no one wants to actually chime in, all right, fine, I guess we'll get to work. All right, so if we get to some of this, we got the API here. Let's do another scaffold just to be sure. And then we'll start up the API. Oh, but we can't start the API yet. Hold on. comment that for now, and then our magic link is magic. All right, so now we can do pnpm dev, fire up that API. Apps web is the front end. We don't care about that part. You have 2 jobs? Is this as like a contractor? Or are you like overemployed? Okay, contracts. All right, so our front end still has username, password. So let's start refactoring how that ends up working. But yeah, that's awesome, man. Good work. I'm proud of you. So yeah, 1 is a large code base, Next.js, relational database, and Nest. Learning how to handle spaghetti code without JavaScript using JS to help. Sure. The other project is from scratch using React Native, Mongo, GraphQL, and Node. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of learning. That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. I'll cheers that with water for now. Did I scratch the thing? No, we're good. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, good job. And yeah, 2 years is really actually kind of reasonable, right? The boot camps that say 6 months, while possible, it's not the common case. So yeah, good work. Man, I do feel just the slightest like precursor headache coming on. It's not bad. But this may be a night where I tie one on. Yeah. But okay, so we get that magic link. Yeah, let's go to our code. All right, we're probably going to need to pop back to the API stuff to fix things here in a bit, but we can wait on that. So when we look at pages, all right, here's our login page. This is going to massively change. So forgot password stuff, register instead. Both of those kind of go away. Right, because login slash signup are the same thing. Ooh, but hold on. before we get too far. That was weird. Boom, we're in apps. We should commit what we've done for the back end for now. Alright, so implement Magic Link and MFA, and that's a feature. Yep. So we'll push that up just to make sure it's somewhere. I guess at that point, yeah, we're okay with that. Right, the truthiness is fine. Oh. Oh shit. Wait, when did Postmark follow me? Well, Postmark follows me on Twitter. I had to follow back. That's awesome. I didn't even see when that happened. Alright, yeah, this precursor ain't letting up. So yeah, here's the thing. This form goes away. That part goes away. That part goes away. Those parts are good. The welcome back. This changes to login or sign up to get started. And yeah, that pathing is broken. We'll have to figure out why Veet is not honoring that. Okay, little buddy, calm down. I like that name. That's a really good name. Nailed it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I don't know what that's a reference to. Yeah, is that a Gilligan's Island reference? All right. So the part we're working on right now. And what's up, Therion? How you doing? Oh, 7 low-level libraries. Oh. Like C version 8? Like, No, it's fine. I think we get what you mean. C libraries. Okay, so not C8, not C7. C libraries that are not compatible or meant to work with Mac Silicon. Yeah, that's tough. That is, that's a thing, man. Live Chromo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? See. This is where we really, really, really need to figure out why Veet does not like our import stuff. Yeah, then you totally deserve it. Touche. That's funny. I don't know why reading those two things makes me feel like you're actually just trying to like summon a cat over, like. or alcohol, right? I believe 684, you mentioned that to deal with the thing that we were talking about previously, booze was a very good mitigating factor. All right, so you're staying away from those Mac Silicon chips until they mature enough. You have too many edge cases compared to the target market of creatives and normies. Yeah, I don't do enough embedded or any of that junk to where it would affect me. Like, for JavaScript code, I'll be fine. For Wasm, I'll be fine. So I guess that makes me a normie. I'm definitely not a creative. Yeah, no, I'm waiting for the M4 to drop so I can get a new Mac Mini. For sure. I'll keep the Intel one around just in case. But, yeah, I mean, this Mac Mini is from 2015. Ooh, that's a good point there, Sergeant Pepper. I was thinking about just turning it into like a media center PC. right? Like hook it up to all the BS, right? Netflix, etc. I also have a hard drive I haven't connected for ages that has stuff like the Larry Sanders Show on it. Yeah, I think this Mac Mini will become a collector's editionism, obviously. Exactly, right? Like, I don't need to have kids. I got a Mac Mini. Okay, so base URL, I don't think we need here. I think here we just get rid of like the /stars though. Hold on, are we doing that for the key? So we got the path alias and the TS path. Oh, okay. Path alias and TS path, we get rid of those. All right, so let me just double check this part. Let's restart completely. Yeah, we got to get this path aliasing working because I'm like losing type safety from it. So tsconfig is doing part of it, but Vite also does another part. So I think, yeah, the tsconfig is probably the main part we care about, and that is not working for some reason. And you know what? No, the Vite is working, which means that's a problem. So at this point, no, there's something in our tsconfig that's the issue, right? Because it's the types that are the problem, like the build is working. So yeah, maybe with these need to be relative. And that was the issue. Oh, and you're saying the include path, not the alias path. So I feel like the include path would mean that we don't even build properly. Let's double check these though. We do see include source. Does that need to be like include./source? Yeah, Vite's probably doing like its own magic, right? But yeah, like VS Code's only looking at the TS stuff. All right, and then here's another thing. Let's just try and restart the TS server, and maybe that solves it. Probably not. But fixing this is important. Because, yeah, it's a major part of just the type safety, right? Like, what's the point of TypeScript if we have to treat some code like JavaScript because the import's not working? That's just awful. Yeah, I don't think the beat part matters. You say bottom right corner? Do you see it in what we're showing right here? It is super tiny. Yeah. I could maybe zoom in more. Oh, we see it using tsconfig.app.json. So maybe we just duplicate what's in our tsconfig and just put it over in the other one. That's a good point. Good call. I have not seen the right way to debug your tsconfig like that. So yeah, if I just put that over there, then we're good, right? All right, so we'll restart the tsconfig server, or the language server. See if that does it. Yeah, no, I like the, like, I'm totally okay throwing a dart at the dartboard, right? Even, like, blindly doing it. Totally down. Oh, no, it's initializing. I thought we were there. Fingers crossed. 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 That looks like that was it. Good catch. Good call. Yeah, just debugging like which JSON file it was actually looking at. Bam. Nailed it. Good call. Yeah, this is a mono repo as well, for sure. No, that was a great call. Yeah, really, really good instinct. Good catch. Awesome. Yes. So then we can head here, and we can see that that is no longer necessary. Yeah, I think a lot of us learned, like, the right way to debug your monorepo tsconfig woes. That's huge. Thank you. Ooh, all right. So hold on. We do have some like Mantine stuff to fix still. Oh, that's a good point too, cooking books. Yeah, no, that's some really good like debuggability for like build stuff. That's solid. I like that. Yeah, right, I had always like clicked that. That doesn't do anything for us, right? Language mode, sure, whatever. I had never thought to click that. That's huge, man. Huge. Thank you. Yeah, it's 4 pixels wide, but those 4 pixels could save your life, right? It's not the size that counts. It's the functionality in your editor. Yeah. Hold on. That's a tweet I'm making, for sure. Timed screen snap. No worries, 684. Yep. Oh, there you go. Rant about, yeah, int versus uint. I make the same comments in databases all the time. For sure. Right? Why use a varchar when you can just use a char? Come on, man. Your indexes will thank you. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. Bigger is better, right? Totally. Yeah, that's the F350, like the Ford F350 mentality. I like it, Sergeant Pepper. Solid. Nailed it. Why wouldn't you get an F350 for driving your kids to soccer practice? Duh. You get the F350 because it has more cab space compared to the F150. Duh. You get the dualies because soccer balls are expensive and heavy. Here's the thing. No, you don't go off-roading with an F350. Nobody does that, right? F350 is purely for towing or like, you know, stuff in the bed of the truck. And very, very few people actually have that need. They get the F350 so they can roll coal. Obviously. How else are they going to compensate for something? Exactly one name. Yeah. Duh. That's a solid tweet. Oh, cooking books. You're actually in Australia. You just doxed yourself. That's on you. Yeah, no, they're not meant for any car park, right? They end up taking up like 3 spaces. Technically 4, right? Duh. Because math. Quick maths. All right, so hold on. Let's make this tweet. Okay, yeah, no worries. Just making sure. Hold on. So what's our phrasing? It's not the size that counts. It's the something of your editor or of your IDE. So it's not the size that counts. It's the There's definitely some way we can make this funny. And yeah, I'm gonna have to do another one of these. Yeah, like, dude, this precursor headache. I really, really do not want a cluster headache to hit. Not ideal. But tomorrow's a mellow day, meeting-wise anyway, so I can sleep in. Minimize it and dwell on it? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, I gotta pour another whiskey anyway. Because, yeah, I don't know if y'all know. I just should inform people. I suffer from cluster headaches. And when the weather does, like, a flip-flop from cloudy to sunny to cloudy again, that's one of, like, the prime cases where it happens. It's not always, like, the sunny. Like, I feel like it's when the barometric pressure actually does the flip-flop. I've read that if I could just get an oxygen tank and huff that, I'd be good to go. Maybe concentrating on my breathing techniques would help minimize it as well. But yeah, no. It's basically like during the spring and fall, there's a high chance of this stuff happening to me. We haven't had it happen much in the past couple years, though. It was really bad like 3 or 4 years ago. Let me get more music going. And yeah, right now it's just a precursor, but I can feel it like migrating from like the eyebrow to like the middle of the cheek. No, so it's not blood pressure. I've actually measured that. Like, I've had completely consistent blood pressure in the past when these hit. So pretty much it has something to do with the trigeminal nerve in your brain, right? Like, so yeah, cluster headaches. Yes, they are called suicide headaches. right? And it typically involves a one side behind the eye attack. And it's usually something to do with the trigeminal nerve and something to do with sleep cycles as well. Now, the fact that I stayed up late last night and only got a few hours of sleep, that is probably the biggest trigger. But when the weather does the flip-flop, that also does it. However, here's the thing. When the weather is going to do the flip-flop, that's when I don't sleep that well anyway. Right? When I stay up too late, and it's easy to stay up too late, it's usually like a bad sign. See, I believe personally that it's a barometric pressure thing, because we've actually measured this here on stream before too. Right? We've looked at, like, you know, there's definitely a confirmation bias to it, but yeah, not ideal. Do I smoke? I smoke marijuana, not cigarettes. No, the biggest thing is like when I mess with my sleep cycle and the weather does something wonky. Those two things together, and I'm gonna have a bad time. Now, is it that I messed with my sleep cycle and that helped cause it, or is that my sleep cycle got messed with and it was gonna happen anyway? Addicted? There's no such thing as a physical addiction. There is a mental addiction to marijuana. No, I go plenty of days without it. I think I'm more addicted to alcohol at this point than marijuana. I would question that question, though. That's a pretty questionable question. Tension towards the front? No, it feels like something is stabbing out from inside my skull right behind my eyebrow. And that migrates between here and here. So it'll move up and down as it happens. But it's always to like one side. That's totally possible too, Mr. Faberdev, but I have measured my blood pressure before, after, and during the attacks, and it's pretty consistent. Like, nowadays, it might be a problem. So one thing to remember, though, one name, zero effort, is, like, this is very different from a migraine, right? Migraines tend to be, like, equilateral on both sides of the head, right? Typically behind the eyes. Have I had an eye exam? So Future Highway, that might seem like something to check, but it doesn't make sense that it would only hit me during the spring and fall. Like, it doesn't make any sense that it would be a seasonal thing. So it is definitely related to circadian rhythm and sleep cycle, absolutely. But it's hard to know if a messed up sleep cycle is the cause or an effect. That's the hard part to recognize. The only, like, real thing I've seen as, like, the cause is when the weather does the barometric pressure, like, flip-flop. Right? Like, massive adjustments, like a sine wave. I do definitely need, like, I believe, hold on, what is it? When you may have trouble focusing on long, like, further distances, but, like, short distance is good. Is that farsighted or nearsighted? I forget the difference between them. I probably do end up needing glasses eventually for being able to see, like, farther distances. Both my parents do need glasses, typically for reading. I think my mom needs them for driving. My dad nowadays might, but he's like 80. or close enough to it. No, it's like very specifically tied to sleep cycle and like barometric pressure. No, it's not a sinus thing, because sinuses tend to be like in the center and also equilateral. But it will affect my sinuses. Yeah, no, like, seriously, if you want to know about it, just read about cluster headaches from the Wikipedia. Like, it tells you everything you need to know, basically. It is to do with the trigeminal nerve. The trigeminal nerve is very closely tied to your sleep and circadian rhythm. So basically, like, most likely related to a dysfunction of the hypothalamus, which is related to sleep as well. Fast-acting triptans or an oxygen therapy. So if I had a tank of oxygen in the house at all times, I could just huff that. And here's the biggest thing. First time it ever happened, I was sleeping fine, right? Like, I hadn't messed with my cycle. I wasn't even really drinking at the time. I was like 22 or 23. But it woke me up from sleep at about 4 a.m. and it was the worst pain I'd ever experienced. It just so happened during the fall, as the weather was doing the flip-floppy thing at Mount Hood. That was the first time I ever remember it happening. And yeah, this like really does seem about right. It is the absolute worst pain I've ever experienced when they hit. Right now we're good. This is just a precursor. It's totally fine. But I've broken both my collarbones, my shoulder dislocates, and I put it back in, right? I have a fairly, like, large pain tolerance. This fucker, right? That headache that hits. Worst pain I've ever felt. So I don't know, that's tougher. I tend to self-medicate the moment I start feeling it coming on, because if I just ignore it, then it definitely hits. If I can chug enough whiskey before it hits, then it doesn't, like, actually, like, fully hit sometimes. So there's definitely something to do with, like, chugging whiskey and it's, like, dulling of pain, and also maybe, like, the way that you're able to, like, oxygenate your blood on alcohol that nips it in the bud. But I've tried too many times to just ignore it and not drink the whiskey, and then it hits and it's like, boom, yeah, you're fucked. And then I'm sitting there just cradling my head with my arm over my eye, right? Like, just squeezing as hard as I can. Yeah, because squeezing your head, right, especially like putting pressure on the eye, it doesn't necessarily take the pain away, but it's like a different pain to focus on. I don't think it has anything to do with muscles. Like, I really don't think it's a muscle. Again, I don't know for sure, but like, it is somewhat well studied. And if it was a muscle thing, like, then muscle relaxants would work. But instead, oxygen and triptans are basically it. Now, there are certain things that are triggers, and for me, the triggers are barometric pressure change, fluctuating, and messing with my circadian rhythm. So I know what my triggers are, basically. Just sometimes you gotta stay up late and do some shit to get work done so that you can keep your job. You know? One eye red from blood? Ooh, so I've never had that. But I have had, like, the droopy eye. And I have also had just, like, your nose just starts, like, running. Ooh, there you go, Mr. Faberdev. That's interesting. Yeah, I will say, like, they are far less common than back when I worked for, like, the life insurance company. But I was also, like, really messing with my sleep cycle when I worked for the life insurance company, too. Here's something I didn't think about. When I was on the biphasic sleep cycle, I didn't have any problem. Like, I don't remember having the cluster headache a single time when I was doing the biphasic sleep cycle. So that's where you sleep for like 3 or 4 hours twice a day instead of 1 8-hour sleep. Anyone here who remembers when I first started streaming, that's what I used to do. Right? I used to do a really early morning stream and then go in and do my work, and then do a gaming stream, and then pass out at like 4 p.m. and then do some more work, and then do a late night stream. Like, I don't know, like, I forget the exact like timings. But yeah, when I was on the biphasic sleep cycle, I didn't have the problem at all. Which is interesting too. Now, I could be wrong, and I'm just not like remembering it properly. Yours has to do with blood pressure. You were big, and blood pressure was a family history thing. Sure. Yeah, I do need to be, like, checking my blood pressure on a regular basis. I need to buy, like, a monitor. That'd be ideal. I'd love to get one that I can just, like, wear and, like, keep having. You tried polyphasic previously. You weren't great at it. Yeah, like, polyphasic is really, like, especially depending on, like, how polyphasic you get, it's only possible when you don't have, like, family to deal with or care about, right? Like, if you're a solo dude working remote, especially as a contractor, you're good to go. You can do whatever you want. And that's how, like, that's the only time I was able to do that. Yep. But yeah, like, they are super gnarly. But yeah, we can move on. Sorry, I didn't mean to, like, distract us. That's a good point. I was trying to, like, think about what we would type here, so it was a good distraction for that. And yeah, we can just minimize that, do something else while we think about it. But yeah, so let me do this. that's the app we're building. The thing we're doing right now is we are refactoring from email password login to Magic Link and multi-factor auth. So we're rolling our own multi-factor auth. And that part, I think, is done, but we won't know until we actually test it. But, right, like, we've only done the back-end endpoints. We need to actually get the front end working, and that means I need to start building out those routes and that UI for multi-factor auth. So we haven't done that part yet either, but we will. We're making progress, but it can be better. So yeah, ops to dev. I like that name. Have you run into people like mispronouncing it? Like not knowing what it means? Because you may consider capitalizing the O, the T, and the D. Right? Like Pascal casing that. And you can change the capitalization of your name like once a week, rather than like the every 90 days or 60 days or whatever for like changing your actual like handle. There you go. Yeah. Xbox case that shit. But yeah, I don't know if you know this. You can totally, like, change the capitalization. Up to you. Like, I'm not saying you gotta, because I was able to read it. But yeah, on other streams, could be worthwhile. Right? Like, you've totally had people do, like, Opstodev. Opstodev. What up, OP? You know, like, just random shit, right? So yeah, you know, up to you. Why do I need to roll my own two-factor auth? Because services like Clerk nickel and dime us in a way that is just not sustainable for a bootstrapped project. Right? So if we look at it, to get multi-factor auth, we'd have to spend $25 a month and then an extra hundo. $125 a month just to get multi-factor auth? Fuck that. Right? For a project that makes no money, I need this to scale to zero because I'm bootstrapping. If I was a funded startup, yeah, we'd spend the money. Who gives a shit? Right? Right? Especially because we'd get SAML too. So four-wheel, no, Google Auth, as far as like OAuth goes, is not multi-factor. That's actually just a single factor. Now, you can enable multi-factor with Google. That's a separate thing, but us as a consumer of that auth, we can't determine if the user has enabled multi-factor auth for their Google stuff, right? So in OAuth, there's no way that they pass if the user has multi-factor enabled. So at that point, we just can't do it. Because we're dealing with like financial stuff, we have to do our own multi-factor. So Google itself is technically just a single factor. Yeah, that's the main gist. Oh yeah, like ops to dev, the moment I need to support SAML and like OIDC, I will happily consider some provider, because at that point I'm making money. Right? At that point I'm actually like profitable and I can afford to spend $125 a month on auth or some shit. Reason I'm not using Microsoft MFA, you're talking about like Active Directory, like OIDC stuff, like all that. Maybe they offer that for a low cost. Oh, you mean like the Microsoft like Authenticator app? That's totally supported, right? We're doing multi-factor auth using the Authenticator apps. So the thing we built out will work for Google Authenticator, Microsoft Authenticator, Authy, any of the TOTP supported applications. That's like the MFA we're talking about. Right? But we had to implement that ourselves because I don't want to pay some provider for that. And it turns out it's actually kind of easy-ish. You know, we still got to worry about timing attacks and things like that. But it's 5 endpoints. You know? And those 5 endpoints are somewhat straightforward. But we also, in the process, refactored from email password to Magic Link. So Magic Link is our our first factor. Authenticator apps are our second factor. Yeah, no worries. Like, yeah, great discussion. Thank you for asking. Because, yeah, I think informing other people of what we're actually trying to do is pretty good. And yeah, no worries, one name, zero effort. Hell yeah. I am a stoner, right? I used to be a snowboarder, so obviously. You let us know what flavor you got and all that. And yeah, when you get back, I'll ask you the same thing. All right, so Azure AD has only one use case. You've got an AD 365 environment with your users are on it already. Otherwise, run for the hills. Microsoft is systems admins first, and devs always come second or last. Sure. I don't know about that. You can't seem to get into a flow state without smoking a joint? You can. That seems like a bit of a placebo, in my opinion. It's about caring. And, you know, smoking the joint can make you care more. Sure. But honestly, like, that makes it seem like a crutch. And no, I don't mean the crutch that's in your joint. But I get it, cooking books. I mean, sure. Active Directory does really help solve like the OIDC thing though, right? Like if you want to establish like single sign-on, right? Using OIDC and like or SAML or whatever, like Active Directory is one of the easiest ways to adopt that at the organizational level, right? To actually enforce it upon people within the company. I know there's other providers that help you set up that same kind of system. I feel like Active Directory is actually like the easiest way to do it, which is a loaded statement. None of them are actually easy. I'll push back on that too. Like you can host a Docker container of anything you want. Like on Azure. So I don't know, right? Like let's at least, I would love to do some more sponsored streams for Microsoft. So let's not make this a Microsoft hate train. I've done them before. I'll happily do it again. Right? When we did the, like the cognitive services, like the vision stuff, like determining my mood based upon like the image we were sending to them, which was cool. That was awesome. When we did the thing about the decentralized identity, I had a blast doing that as well. And I made money doing it, and it was fun, good content. I would happily do that stuff again. Could they do things to make the process better? Yes. There you go, exactly. There you go, cooking books. No, I totally appreciate that, like, that self-consciousness there. Like, awesome. You can totally spin up Docker containers on Microsoft Azure. Totally fine. Like, that is fully possible. And it's not a terrible experience. Hosting a static site is trickier than some other places, right? I mean, censor this. I won't respond to it and we'll delete it, but I totally see what you mean and I understand it and I get it. Sometimes that happens. We don't want anyone to try and fix that problem though. So we don't want to actually call it out. Totally get it. That makes sense too. So yeah, basically ops to dev. Does that help explain like why we're doing this stuff? We're actually at the, I don't know, depending on how you feel about front-end dev, maybe the more boring part, but we need to take this UI, which we've started adapting, but we need to take this UI and actually make it work for our magic link auth flow, and then start creating the routes and the other forms for multi-factor auth and recovery codes and blah, blah, blah. So that's the part that we're at right now. We've been doing the back end part for the past like 4 or 5 days. We're on the front end part to maybe consume those things, and as we consume the back end, we may end up running into things that we didn't realize we were doing. Center the second line. Well, now I don't wanna. No, we can totally do it. That's fine. That's a good call. So what is a magic link? Magic link is where the login process is just your email. We send you a link with an opaque token attached to a URL. You click that URL in your email, and it sends you back to our application with that code, which is then verifying that you are the person you said you are. So it takes the place of a password. Right? And you might wonder, well, hold on, that violates the something you know, something you control, and then something you can hold type like rule. I forget. Someone like pointed that out. Yeah, it's like when you do a password reset. Exactly. Which is the exact reason why violating that like 3-tier system doesn't matter, because if someone's compromised your email, they can compromise your password just via the password reset, because the email is the source of truth. So that's why it's not a big deal, and we can just cut out the password. Right? Because then, like, yeah, reusing a password happens way more than emails getting compromised. Yeah, we are getting past this headache, but we're not past it yet. All right, so let's continue with this. Right now, we're just doing a UI thing. Why does position right not work for this? Well, yeah, let's figure that part out. I believe position no longer exists on the group, and that's why we got to do some like CSS stuff. No, so cooking books, the period or a full stop is worth it for the reader. Right? I believe the full stop is worthwhile because I do enough, like at the beginning of stream, I do a news scroll. in which I will often read someone's blog post and often narrate their blog post. And bad punctuation, especially like missing a comma, actually really harms my ability to read something and narrate something without having read it before in a way that actually like sounds good. So the full stop, the comma, all those things give me a way to like read it and do it, right? Yeah, right there. You know, technically the more grammatical way would probably be a period after the for. And then, yeah, sure, the small things people don't consciously think about is more of a sentence fragment, but as a separate sentence fragment versus the previous sentence. That is still maybe worthwhile for the person trying to narrate and read it. Because when we write, it is not just for us as writers, it is for the person trying to read it. And the more we can do to help them read it, the better. There you go, cooking books. Nailed it. Yeah, maybe semicolon could have done it. I'm fuzzy on the proper, like, grammatical use case for a semicolon. There are many cases where I've probably done a comma or a period when a semicolon was the proper thing. Yeah, I don't know. But I am very big on grammar, which is probably why my tweets don't, like, kill it as much as I would like. Because Zoomers these days actually see proper grammar and punctuation and capitalization as, like, a negative thing. And the algorithms have been trained on what Zoomers care about. Yeah, see, I'll just push back on that with every fiber of my being. We can just be better. To compromise my beliefs on grammar and punctuation and capitalization just for the sake of my tweets having broader impact would actually be counter to, like, my moral compass, personally. It's possible, yeah. I could see that, cooking books. I will point out, you're not capitalizing. I'm kidding, by the way, I don't care. I remember typing on AOL, I didn't capitalize shit. Now, when I, like, text somebody, it's like, chef's kiss, like, perfect grammar. Back in the day, hell no. Alright, so yeah, I believe we just don't have the prop I'm looking for anymore, like the align. Nah, we just don't. So yeah, we just want to do... Oh, wait, hold on. Instead of position, we would do align. So we could just do align, flex end, and call it good, probably. No, I totally get it. I totally get it. When I misspell things or use the wrong there, or there, I totally blame it on, like, no, I'm just trying to be more conversational. Duh. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Eh, eh. Or honestly, we could probably just do a line, right? I was born in 1984, so I probably do miss the 80s. What I really like is that synthwave is basically good enough to bob your head to, but it's not distracting enough that it like takes you out of focus mode. And I think that's like the essential thing you need for music while you're doing something, right? Yeah, songs with words will massively distract you. When a song is too good, it'll totally break me out of my like my thing, and I'll just be like, you know? Like, good music is music that makes you make the face like you just smelt something really bad. Ooh. Right? Good music that you actually like really like should make you make that like stank face or like rotten egg smell face, for sure. I 100% agree with that. But you don't want that while you're coding, because you at least want to try and focus. I get distracted enough by chat, which is totally fine. Totally fine. I believe groups actually do a flex row under the hood. So we could have done Justify or something, right? Yeah, you can stank face your code. You just don't want to stank face your music while you're coding. That's a very different thing. I will say I can actually do lyrics while I'm coding, but they have to be lyrics I've heard dozens of times before. I can't listen to new music while I'm coding. I can listen to new synthwave while I'm coding, but I can't listen to like new like lyric music while I'm coding. But I could fully put on like Tool's Enema album and just, I could shred to that shit. I can do whatever I want. So it's basically like music I'd be like okay snowboarding to is music I can code to as well. Right? You put on H, ooh, I am in. Let's do it. Right? Stinkfist, like any of those. Like, man, yeah, I can code to like Tool for sure. But I definitely can't play Tool and stream to YouTube at the same time. So we gotta find some like happy medium. And yeah, Crystal Mess, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I like that name actually. That's pretty good. Took me a second, and then bam. No, so cooking books, in my opinion, I think Mantine and Tailwind actually work together very well once you do like the initial effort. And I think Mantine lately versus like Mantine 4 has actually like totally embraced it. So yeah, we see like MT, MD, sure, right? Like we could refactor that to like the Tailwind MT stuff. Like that'd be fine. I don't care about that as much. But I don't give a shit. I don't want to style an input ad hoc by hand pretty much ever again. Hell no. Right? There are certain things that I just don't want to do. Like buttons. No, just give me a button that works. I don't want to do an ad hoc, custom bespoke button anymore. Ever again. Right? That's like having a bespoke axe, but you don't even have a fireplace. Why? What's the point? Right? That's hipster shit. No offense. If you want to do hipster shit, totally, I get it. That's fine. Sometimes you want to do hipster shit. Like rolling your own off. Okay? So we're not immune to it. I just pick and choose the things I want to be a hipster about. All right, so the register instead, nope, goes away. Gone. I really like how much simpler this has made most of our UI. Ooh, this is good. Yeah, forgot password, gone. I really like how simple this has been made at this point. This is nice. This is very nice. Oh, it feels amazing deleting code. Are you kidding me? Like, woo! You can't buy that feeling. Real quick. Baby bladder in effect. I gotta go use the restroom. So give me a second. I'll be right back. BRB. Bum bum. No, I do still like to actually like look at them one by one. No, I get that. There are certain things where I enjoy or not enjoy, but like prefer validating each thing like step by step. No, and I totally get that there, Cooking Books. Like, yeah, that is one of the things I'd rather evaluate on a case-by-case basis. Because some of the things might just be because we have some code commented out. In this file, no. But in plenty of files and in plenty of times in the past, that has been the case. Right? And I commented the code out versus deleting it for a specific reason. So yeah, no, I totally get that. Again, if this was a team-based thing and I was very like task-oriented and like issue-oriented and, you know, hey, put that thing on the backlog, like any of that BS. 100%. Fully agree with you. Yes, I like doing third-party imports versus my own imports as separate blocks. Yep, 100%. That's one of those things I care about just for like scannability. For sure. So we at least like totally agree on that. Yeah, I like separating these things out into blocks. And I'll totally admit, I have a different style of what I care about and what I don't care about, depending on if I'm on a team or if it's my own thing. Oh, there's a prettier extension for that. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh. What is that prettier extension? Hotel Trivago. No, that's awesome. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. Trivago prettier extension? I've been doing it by hand this whole time. Prettier sort imports? Is this the one? Okay. Ooh. All right. Wait, do I have to write the rules? Right, this is where I'd want to like read in what my aliases are and generate these things. Yeah, that's definitely it. Like, I'd want to read in my aliases and craft that import. Honestly, that does sound kind of fun. I will 100% be at SquiggleConf. They're not doing remote talks. So, yeah, I have to give the talk in person. Oh, bummer. So I get to go check out the amazing cuisine of Boston. Yeah, I'll fully be there. 100%. Haven't booked the flight or any of that stuff yet. But yeah, I should be able to get work to do it. No, I get it. At the bare minimum, if I just get the other stuff into its own block, I care less about it. So I'm good there. So no, I like it. Yeah, let's go at it. I'm totally fine with that. I'm gonna restart the dev server with it too. Oh yeah, that endpoint's gonna give us grief. That's fine. Yeah, so we don't have a shared path like that. Wait, what? Nah, we're good. Like, dude, it's a dev dependency. Who cares? It'll only happen on the files that we edit. If I edit the file, then we're gonna add it anyway. Like, yeah, no, that's, I don't give a shit. Nah, we're good there. Nah, you're good. Thank you, though. Like, yeah, good looking out. Again, this is a solo developer project right now, so I'm not worried about anybody else dealing with, like, the merge conflicts of this. This isn't open source. This is my own source, right? Like, this is closed source, copyrighted. I own this shit. If anyone out there in the audience, I don't mean you, but, like, if anyone is the type of person that would see this and copy stuff from what they read on a screen, I mean, they're not gonna make it. Because they should be able to build this themselves without having to copy the code that I have on screen. If they're copying what I'm doing, not gonna make it. Right? Just because it's not open source doesn't mean I'm, like, worried about showing it on stream. Because again, like, if you have to copy what I'm doing, you're not capable of doing stuff that comes after that. There you go, Fallen. Nailed it! You come for the conversation, not the Stack Overflow in a chat. Like, no. And, like, no, I get it, man. Like, yeah, nailed it. Like, yeah, thank you for the recommendation of the package. And thank you for the keyword thing of, like, third-party modules. That totally helps us out, too. Like, man, yeah. Thank you. I feel like you're brand new to stream today, and you're just killing it as a viewer, man. We've dealt with so much worse. I was tempted to, like, name someone who's a regular as a joke, but that would be harsh. That's, like, way too harsh. Alright, so hold on. Let's go fix a little bit of this. Like this and like that and like that and a Therion, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the sub.
We are in the presence of greatness. The Master Therion is a renowned figure in the thrilling sport of gravity gliding, which combines elements of freefall parachuting and high-speed gliding. Their most legendary play was at the Aerial Apex Games, where they executed the notorious Cyclone Dive. In this maneuver, the Master Therion spiraled down from 15,000 feet at breathtaking speeds, only to glide smoothly through a series of airborne hoops placed between skyscrapers, landing with impeccable precision on a moving platform. This stunning play not only secured them the championship title, but also set a world record for the highest speed achieved during a gliding descent. Their innovative techniques have revolutionized the sport, making them a celebrated pioneer in gravity gliding.
Nah, all that goes away. Oh, shit. Hold on. That was too much to delete. No, so if no user. Else no user. We'll let that be. We just want the build to succeed. Like, yeah, we're good. And yeah, like, dude, yeah, thank you, Therion. Mr. Sir. Like, yeah, y'all are the best. We're currently, like, bleeding subs, though. During September? Come on. But no, I get it. Like, yeah, economy, right? People gotta, like, really focus on what they spend their money on. I totally get it. I actually take no offense. But yeah, man, we're 50% of the way towards our sub goal. It just resets when we hit it. So, like, you know, it happens. And a restarted, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the Prime sub. I wasn't trying to guilt anybody.
In the sport of hoverboarding, a high-octane racing event where competitors navigate airborne boards through challenging aerial courses. One of their most memorable plays was at the Global Hoverboard Championships, where Restarted executed a flawless triple spin over the Everest drop, the highest and most feared section of the course, clinching the victory at the last second. Their record-breaking speed and innovative aerial maneuvers have set new standards in the sport, making them a legend in the hoverboarding community.
Wait. Okay, so scaffolding worked. What was the thing that failed us? And now I need to do this just because I don't want to leak any passwords, assuming that Architect really likes to do that. I do need to update my version of Architect here. That's something we haven't done yet. Ooh. Nope. Okay, so this is... Yeah. Alright, so... This is not the scaffold that I was thinking. This is our fixture scaffold. So it's definitely part of the back end still. And it's something that we haven't actually updated. Right, generate fixtures here. This is the thing that's failing us because wait a minute. What? We had copied all of this stuff. Oh my god, yeah, we can just delete that. That was from the election. Wow, I forgot we even had that. That's kind of crazy. Okay. That's the part we were failing out at. I think we're actually pretty good. That endpoint should be okay. So we should be good there. Let's scroll up. I don't want to leak keys or nothing. And while it's running, how's everyone's day going? Right? If you're here in the US, this is like your short week Monday. Could be so much worse. It could be a proper Monday. Yes, I'm sorry that I'm consuming as much whiskey as I am. Again, I see the weather actually like clouding up again. Like, yeah, the barometric pressure is like flip-flopping heavy today. So, is what it is. We deal with this only like a month or two a year, right? Maybe 3. And it's pretty rare. It's only when I stay up way too late and mess up my sleep cycle. I was up till 5 a.m. yesterday. I stayed up till 2, maybe 1, playing video games. And then I stayed up watching The Toast of Tinseltown. If you've never seen The Toast of London, or Toast of London, I forget if it has a the. Good show, good fun. There's a Roku-specific, like, sequel to that that's pretty fun, too. Toast of Tinseltown. That distracted me for a bit while I was supposed to be doing video editing, and I finally finished editing my video at 5 a.m. And then I had to wake up for a meeting that happened at 9. Technically, it got pushed to 9:30, but I had to wake up because I thought it was 9 and going to sleep. So yeah, I like massively messed up my sleep cycle. After that meeting, I went back to sleep and had 3 thick dreams, like at a half hour each, until I had to wake up at noon for another meeting. But man, woo! That like hour and 45 minutes between like the meetings, those dreams, so epic. Oh my God. As someone who used to smoke a lot of weed and not dream, having 3 epic, totally separate dreams, in one, like, pass out in the bed, like, cycle, that was amazing. That was good. Big ups, Toast of London. Yeah, solid show. But yeah, No Worries Cooking Books. Yeah, you're in Australia time. You're up way too late, right? I forget what time it is there, but yeah, no worries. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be streaming, not on this channel tomorrow. I'll be on gaming channel tomorrow. That's Gripping and Chill. Oh, lunchtime where you're at. Got it. 12 p.m. where Teach Coder's at. Okay, so Teach, you're also Australian. Oh, cool. So yeah, it's just noon. All right. 10 p.m. Yeah, so 3 hours from where I am. Yeah, all right. You just doxed yourself as like Brazil or East Coast, right? Ah, Melbourne. Cool. Hell yeah. Wait, Chile? Really? So wait, 10 p.m. in Chile and 10 p.m. in Brazil at the same time? That's weird. Okay. Huh. But also, Brazil mentioned. Snap Twice, thank you for that follow just now. Oh, Mr. Faberdev, you're also Chile. Okay. So yeah, Mr. Faberdev, I would even push back further. I don't think, like, especially due to like exchange rate and everything, I don't think that Texas thing is worth your money. I really, really, really don't think that's worth your money. I think you have the discipline, you can do this thing. You can actually just self-teach, and it will be the same value as that bootcamp. It's going to be up to you. You're going to have to push yourself to do it. My recommendation instead is, instead of the boot camp, 100 debs. It's a boot camp, but it's free, man. Like, yeah, just get in there. They got their Discord. They got people, like, outside of, like, the cohort just doing their own thing. I think you're gonna have more value from that. Personally, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, so next Saturday. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. One name, zero effort. Cool. Get it. That makes sense to me. Wait, Chile does overlap some with Brazil? Really? I need to look at maps more. Huh. Okay. Never mind. Touche. All right. I get it. Now we know, and knowing is half the battle. All right, I do need to set up that import order stuff. Let's go do that. Ooh, we don't even have a prettier config. Oh, that's the back. We don't even have a prettier config. Oh, that makes sense, Tej. Dude, Leon's such a dude. Oh, he's the man. Yeah, he's the best. He's just so sincere. Right? Like, there's some people you might chat with and you feel like they're bullshitting you the whole time. I've never, ever had that instinct. And I've chatted with Leon multiple times. Like, multiple times. Met him in person, right? He's legit, like, famous, dude. But he'll never make someone feel like, well, you're not famous enough to hang out. Like, dude, last year at TwitchCon, I saw him, like, at one of the casinos, and it's like, oh, dude! And I was shit-faced when it happened. It was like, yeah, let's get lunch or something, man! And yeah, we went and got lunch the next day and just chatted and hung out. When I went to render ATL, ran into him, like, yeah, we sat next to each other during Kelsey Hightower's epic speech. And yeah, just like, awesome dude. And the whole time at render, he's got people coming up to him like, oh my God, Leon, you're the best. And he's so humble and cool about it, you know? Like, Leon is just, yeah, he's the best. He's a really good dude. Like, really good dude. The way he just, like, during COVID, he had 5,000 people watching him. Like, no big deal. Like, yeah, he just kills it, does his thing, and then he made sure to spread it around and raid everyone he could. Because he very much has that, like, pay it forward mentality, like, you know, do good things, be a good person kind of thing. Like, just, yeah. I'm a huge Leon fan. Yep, exactly. He's just a very, very legitimate dude. Yes, exactly, illest, right? Like, I might lose my cool from time to time. It does happen. I admit it. I feel like I've been better about it, but it does still happen. I've never seen Leon lose his cool. I don't even think it's possible. But yeah, how you doing, Expanded Cuber, Mr. Sir? What you up to? I think the coolest thing to me about Leon is, like, you can actually, like, quantify in some way how much good he's done. Like, how many people have gotten jobs as a dev just because they went through his boot camp, right? And he recommended they stream and put in the effort, and they did, and they got jobs as devs now. Like, dude, right? People who were not devs, who didn't have anything to do with dev, they were like a teacher or some other thing. Like, I can think of at least 2, and possibly more than that, streamers who started streaming while going through 100 devs, killing it, and landing jobs, and it like changed their life. Like, dude, he has changed people's lives in like a really amazing way. And he's still like, he's humble about it. That's the coolest part. Like, it'd be real easy to get a big head about it. It'd be so easy. It's super cool. Like, yeah, I'm a big fan. Right? But the fact that he didn't means that his entire thing got like a multi-million-dollar investment from Jeff Bezos' ex-wife because she wanted to like give back. And I think, yeah, if you're trying to like donate towards a cause, 100 devs and resilient coders is one of the best causes. Yeah, right? Like, he could monetize and make a killing. But why? He just wants to give back. Right? When you can give back, do so. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, he's really good about it. I recommend 100 devs to as many people as I can. Yeah, right? The people that he helps also help. They give back too. Yep. 100%. For sure. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, just such a dude. That's one of the things I really respect about Theo too. Right? You know, there's plenty of like things you might disagree with Theo about. I'm not gonna pretend that doesn't exist. And I disagree with Theo all the time in a respectful way. Like, you know, I used to dislike it based upon like personal BS, right? Things that weren't even about his content or anything. Like, it was about how our interactions had sussed out in general. That was me being overly sensitive, maybe. I'll admit that. I'm actually very sensitive. I overreact. I'm a jealous person too. Like, you know, I got so much working against me. The biggest thing I'll say about Theo that I respect the most about it is that he will not create some course or some like, you know, like, pay me to learn about a thing targeted at beginners. He is like just fundamentally opposed to that entire idea. At least from what I know about him, from what I've seen him tweet about, etc. And I respect that massively, right? Like, don't try and make money off beginners. That is so just unethical, or at least immoral, right? Could you create a software as a service that helps rationalize and make certain things easier, like upload thing? Well, that's different. I can see that. And it has a very reasonable free tier and all that stuff, right? Totally. That's a different thing, right? Charging people for a course that doesn't actually give them anything that they could totally do on their own anyway. Right? There are totally streamers that do that shit. There are YouTube creators that do that shit. I can understand that, Damon. For sure, man. Yeah. At some point, when you talk about things, it helps to have a reference. Yeah. I totally get it. No. And that's like a valid criticism. I bet he would be somewhat receptive to that criticism, depending on who it comes from. Because like him, like, I do the same thing. I keep people at a distance until I let them in. If you've been chatting here for ages, you get way more leeway than the person who chats for the first time and does something that crosses one of my boundaries, right? I think most people know that. If you've been here, if you're chatting and you're still following and like all that stuff, like, you get so much more leeway than the person that just drives by with a shitty comment. I really push back on the drive-by comments. I believe Theo also does a very similar thing. Like, if you're part of his community and you've chatted more than once or twice, he is more than willing to actually take your opinion as more than just a hater, you know? Exactly, Therion, right? Like, your first comment might have been an X versus Y, or maybe you weren't following yet, or you hadn't chatted in any other way. That is when I really do push back, because I deal with too much of like the low effort BS. The ping guy, yeah, not gRPC, TRPC. They're separate things. Yes, I'm talking about Theo. For sure. I had some major like personal grievance with him at one point. I have moved way beyond that part. I do still disagree with him about things, but I believe he and I both have the same idea of disagreement is not unhealthy. Disagreement is actually like important. I don't want to be surrounded by yes men. But I massively respect more people that have been here, that chat and are fun to chat with, that also will push back. Right? But the order of operations there matters. Now, lately, I think I've been better about being aggressive towards the brand new people that don't necessarily understand me as a person yet. Exactly. For sure, Cam. 100%. Yep. And I've even chatted with another streamer we both know about that, where I thought that Theo was maybe not genuine. I push back on that now. I think he is genuine, but sometimes he genuinely believes something that I don't agree with, like, at all. And I think he values someone that genuinely pushes back versus just someone who is not a fan of his and just wants to, like, you know, be a jerk about it. So I think there is more overlap between the way I approach things and the way Theo approaches things than I originally recognized, for sure. But yeah, right? I think that's a big thing. Now, does that mean I am 100% on board with every single thing he says and does? Hell no. There's not a single human being alive that I would say that statement.
We are in the presence of greatness.
They don't exist.
A Equalzer is a renowned star in the sport of gravity ball, a high-octane game played in zero-gravity environments. Their greatest play was during the Interstellar Championship when they executed
X Factor,
a triple
Mr.
spiral dodge to avoid defenders and scored the winning point by launching the ball through a series of complex obstacles. Additionally, XFAK is celebrated for being the first player ever to achieve a perfect score in the Galactic Skills Challenge, setting a new standard in the sport.
So, Escamania, hold on 1 second, just refresh, and you should be able to shout out your sub. I think that's a Twitch bug. If you just refresh your screen, it should show you the pop-up of, like, you've subbed for X months, because I believe you've either been gifted one or you've subbed before. And that's a Twitch bug. See? Yeah, exactly. So, thank you, Escamania, Mr. Sir.
We are in the presence of
Hell yeah!
Escuman has
Kill it and grill it, brother.
the sport of Skyblade, an exhilarating aerial sport where athletes perform complex maneuvers on jet-powered gliders. Their greatest play occurred during the International
I'll cheers that.
Skyblade Championship.
I'd buy that for
when they
$1.
executed the legendary Celestial Spiral, a triple-barreled roll followed by a steep nosedive and a flawless horizontal glide just inches above the crowd, clinching the championship.
Now, that's a Twitch bug. That's like a major Twitch bug.
Is famous for setting a world record for the longest mid-air routine, lasting over 5
But hold on, let me just double check. Right? Yeah, you misread him. You disagree with him on a lot as well, for sure. Right? Totally. But he has reasons why he thinks so. And I think just the biggest thing to remember is that as long as you have some type of history with Theo, you can disagree with him and he will respect that disagreement. He might not agree with you either, but he'll take it into account. I find that valuable. I misread Theo as well. I did. Now, I fully embrace the fact that there may be some TwitchCon party that he has RSVP'd to and blah, 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 and he totally won't get me in again. That shit'll happen again this year for sure. His name is literally Theo here on Twitch. T3.gg. Right? I don't know what his full name is. I have no idea. Four Wheel, thank you for asking, but like, yeah, you're a mod. You can post a link anytime you want. I made you a mod for a reason, you know. And I'm still dealing with like the precursor headache behind my left eye, so yeah, I gotta keep like chugging the whiskey. The flamboyance? I feel like that's the wrong word because that term is a bit loaded. Boisterousness. Is that maybe the word you were looking for? He is boisterous. For sure. I don't even think he would doubt that statement. Yeah. Yep. So yeah. For sure. Yeah, flamboyance is a loaded term. For sure. Right? People see that and they automatically like assume one thing. Which I don't know how he identifies. I don't give a shit. But yeah, like that term is like loaded at this point. So like Damon, yes, flamboyance, like he does embody the literal definition of flamboyance. For sure. But the term flamboyance has been co-opted to mean something basically different than that. To mean something. Okay, so no, you were defining boisterous. Yes, he is definitely boisterous, for sure. He's noisy, he's lively, and he's unrestrained. I don't even think he would push back on that definition. For sure, he is boisterous. No, and I appreciate it there, Four Wheel. Like, nailed it. Yeah. Like a cat stuck in a plastic bag. That is a phrase that I am not familiar with. Okay. Yeah. All right. I can see that. There are moments where he seems somewhat manic about his opinions, right? I'm not saying he is literally manic. I'm saying, like, there are moments where he gets manic. Sure. A cat inside a shoebox. Cats voluntarily sit inside shoeboxes. Come on, man. If it fits, it sits. True, the closed. Yeah. No. Touche. Touche. No, I get it. A bottle of wine your friend made? Oh, awesome. If I fits, I sits. Oh, that's a good emote for that, too. Hold on. Do that emote, like, separately. And hey, yeah. Did Spiro have to, like, step away before he even raided? I get it.
Spirodonpool is a renowned figure in the electrifying sport of hydroblade racing, a high-intensity water sport involving ultra-fast jet boards. Their greatest play was during the Global Hydroblade Finals in Monaco, where they executed a daring triple corkscrew jump over 3 consecutive waves to clinch the championship title in the final seconds of the race. Off the course, they're celebrated for setting the world record for the highest jump and longest air on a jet board, solidifying their...
Oh, dude, like, no worries, Spiro. Yeah, do your thing. If you come back later, I'd love to chat, because I've used you as a reference in the past couple days, and I at least want to, like, you know, I want to be upfront about it. But, yeah, like, you know, do your family stuff. If you happen to come back while we're still live, cool. No, like, no, what I mean by reference is, like, I was talking about something specifically. And, again, like, it's too much, like, you got stuff to do, but I at least want to, like, be upfront with you about it. I've used you as, like, an example, I guess, is the better way to phrase that. Not in a truly negative way, but in a way that I definitely at least want to, like, you know, inform you about. It does have to do with, like, the React and other stuff, right? No, like, dude, take your time. Do your family stuff. I'll be here for at least 15 minutes. Probably... I don't know. Do I actually care about playing games tonight? We'll see. Meh. But yeah, no, do the family thing. That's so much more important. And if I end up finishing before you get back, feel free to message me and I'll send you like a chat about it. Like, yeah, no worries. So what do I think between IT versus programmer? They're just separate things. Like, Steve-O, do whatever you think you would enjoy. Right? Why waste time on a job that you don't have fun doing? So what do you think you're going to have fun doing? And yeah, at some point, like, even as an IT person, you're gonna have to do tech stuff anyway. You're gonna have to do some kind of, like, scripting or programming anyway to make your job easier, bare minimum, and also just sometimes it's required. Yeah, IT versus network engineer, like, whatever, you're still gonna need to know scripting in some way. So, whatever, man. Be a lawyer, it'll make you smile every day? Hold on. Did we just find the imposter here in chat? I think we just found the imposter. Hold on. We just found the imposter. Oh, hold on, Escamania, maybe I missed it. Be a lawyer, it'll make you smile every day, at least when the day ends. So you're happy that you're no longer being a lawyer? Like, when the day is over? Okay, touche. I was gonna say, like, hold up. We just found the imposter. Throw him out the airlock. That's a fucking alien. They're trying to kill us. Yeah, exactly. Like, whoa now. Okay, yeah. So here's the main thing, Spiridon. Right, like your anti-React rhetoric. That is something I have pushed back on in some way in like comments, and I've mentioned you by name in doing so. What I mainly get at is related to performance above all is BS, right? Because performance as the end-all be-all ignores the business case, right? And how about this? I'll read it again just for your raters and everyone coming in, right? Oh, and hold on. We'll allow it. There you go. Yeah, Damon, I know is not trolling. But yeah, so missile is this thing. And as long as you can hear me, super cool. I'm going to read through this thing because I love this blog post and I feel like it is very much towards the thing that you don't like about React. So again, I might be misunderstanding your points, but to me, this is important. So, right, someone wrote an email. The initial message is, the only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs. So then the reply is, this sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, of course it leaks. He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention. Right? So at some point, as developers, we need to be conscious of the business impact of what we're doing, right? So when it comes down to hating on React in favor of vanilla or HTMX or some other thing, it is missing out on how much does it cost us to teach someone this bespoke magical vanilla thing that you've created, or this bespoke magical HTMX thing that you've created, versus all the people that are already trained up on how to make a React application, right? The most expensive thing in any organization is developer time. Hands down, 1000%. The most expensive thing in anything is developer time. Right? Like, so Spiridon, if you would push back on that statement, like what I'm saying is, do you push back on the most expensive thing business has to deal with? That's what I'm going for. What is the most expensive thing business has to pay for? And that is developer time. That is developer hours, people on salary, etc. That is far more expensive than the hardware you will have to pay for to support more developers. So let me just point that out. That is the point I'm making. There is no like hard-coded thing. This is anecdotal purely. This is all just anecdotal evidence. I'm not trying to say like, yeah, here's some numbers, deal with it. No, what I'm saying is, as an engineer, the more business-minded you are, the more senior of an engineer you actually are. Because the business case is more important than absolute performance, right? If you are absolutely like performance-minded, You're seeing the forest for the trees. Right? Perfect ends up being the enemy of good. The client has CPU cycles to spare. Categorically, 1000%, every single time. The client has cycles to spare for React versus other things. I completely disagree, Spiridon, because in this use case, adding the extra RAM to a missile is so much less costly, and you can factor that into what you charge the customer for, versus the amount of time this engineer, who's probably being paid like bare minimum $150 an hour to fix these memory leaks, to possibly write code that is less intuitive. Like, that is the thing I push back on. I really do question your metrics because I don't think they're actually in the business case. No, because a missile that's more effective doesn't matter, right? Like, you're only going to have so many missiles. There is not an infinite, like, demand for missiles. You have only so many. No, that's what I'm getting at. Like, we can disagree, but an extra $5 to $10 for, like, the hardware on the missile, right? Like, doubling the RAM is meh. Like, who cares? You can actually focus your developers on something that your nation state cares about more, rather than just missile, like, you know, like guidance. Now, again, this is 1995, so it is older, but I think this is actually a tale as old as time. I just simply disagree, because those state actors have things that they can use those really good devs on otherwise. Right? The moment you have a missile that can route itself to the place it needs to be for an extra $5, you can start using that $75 minimum per hour developer to do something else. Right? I would question your data, because your data probably assumes like a zero-sum game. The developer can spend that time doing something else instead that probably has a higher return than optimizing the RAM. Again, you need to be business-minded about this. No, like, $75 an hour in their economy is still the same basic thing. Willing to do to beat us, like, it's a missile. It explodes when it hits. Who cares? Right? So, like, scale of economy applies, right? Sure, the extra $5 for the RAM, well, that scale of economy also applies, because they can probably just source that material, like, cheaper as well. We're not talking about the speed at which these things happen. We're talking about the RAM that gets leaked. No. So we're not talking about speed. We're only talking about, like, in this specific case, for missiles, the memory being leaked. Does the memory being leaked and the extra $5 per missile actually add up that much? It doesn't. So in this specific case, speed is not the same thing as efficiency. They're fundamentally different things that we're measuring, right? That's fine. I agree. right? We can't argue this without the data. But what I'm saying is, just purely from a theoretical standpoint, we can argue this. Right? I don't need the data. We can argue theory. And from a theoretical standpoint, is the extra $5 of RAM a problem? No. Ship that missile. As long as it executes fast enough, you're good. So speed and efficiency are fundamentally different metrics, right? Memory efficiency of your code is a fundamentally different metric. Speed does matter for certain things. I'll agree with that, sure. But the size of your dependencies, meh. Like, major meh. So again, good enough allows you to optimize for other things. A good enough missile is a good enough missile, right? As long as it meets like the speed metrics and the tracking metrics you care about, leaking memory is not a problem because the missile's gonna explode. The ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention. Right? So I think the biggest thing to remember, Spiridon, is like, yes, this is a specific case. What I'm talking about is, what is your application trying to do? Right? As developers, we should care about the end result more than we should care about the craft. The more we are business-minded, the more value we provide as developers. Perfect being the enemy of good. I'm not saying that in this exact case, like, do something specific. I'm pointing out that from a business case, this chief software engineer is 100% correct. There are better things that their software engineers should spend their time on, not optimizing the memory of a fucking missile. That's all I'm getting at. Exactly, can. That's the point I'm making, right? You could like 10x the RAM. You could 20x the RAM, and you're still spending less on the developer time that it would take to make the perfect software for it. There are many cases in software development in general where perfect is the enemy of good. That is especially true for startups. That is especially true for large enterprises iterating quickly. There's no such thing as spending the effort to make the perfect software without extra dev time. That, like Omni, what you're proposing doesn't exist. That's the unicorn. Sure. Right? Any time you're spending perfecting the design of this thing that doesn't involve extra dev time involves extra planning time instead. And the planning time actually involves your highest level engineers versus like your lower level engineers. Omni, I push back on that statement 1,000%. No, definitely not. Matios, I still push back on that statement. Valgrind requires CPU usage in like massive levels of like orders of magnitude greater than a linter. So Omni, like, I push back on that still. Yeah, the last 20% takes 80% of the time. And in many cases, getting that first 80% is actually all you needed. You need to prove out the idea before it's worth optimizing. No. So a memory leak almost never impacts performance because you're not doing garbage collection on a missile, right? You just add more RAM to support the leak. Now, I would push back, like, a memory leak doesn't impact performance. Like, the almost never, like, that is such, like, a straw man argument that I push back on that, too. I know, I get it. You're trying to be fuzzy about it. Right? But I'm saying, like, you're not going to garbage collect at runtime on a missile. So Spiridon, your React versus HTMX argument, is that a wartime operation or is it website stuff? That's what I'm getting at. If you want to find an edge case where the memory leak is important, sure. Does that apply to web dev? It doesn't. It massively doesn't. Right? On like the 99% scale, it doesn't. That's what I'm getting at, right? Extrapolate this point. Don't take it as literally as I think you want to, and really, like, understand the point. Again, we can totally disagree. It depends on what we're talking about, but government websites are still the 1% of websites that exist in the world. We're still talking about the 99%. So you make massive arguments towards how dev should be done that most people would assume you mean to mean the majority of websites should be developed perfectly. The 1% is not how the 99% should be developed. That's my point. If you want to concentrate on .gov websites, go for it. But that's not the argument you make in general against React. Right? Banking and gov sites are still 1% of the web. If that. And again, how much of their infrastructure needed that perfect analysis versus the 1% of their infrastructure that should have been perfect? Like, I don't know. I push back. I really do think that the majority of the world is not fuel transportation. The majority of the world is not government websites. The majority of the world is not missile guidance. But even in the case of missile guidance, there are cases where good enough is fine. balance doesn't attract eyeballs or get attention. Sure. But I think attracting eyeballs and getting attention can also be done in the wrong direction as well. Right? I consider you and the Primogen friends, but I think they are massively misleading developers about the stuff that matters towards the job they're actually trying to do. Identity stolen from 99% of sites. Again, Matios. 99% of sites don't have anything that can actually steal your identity. You're talking about the 3 credit agencies. You're talking about banks. You're talking about like the 1% still. You're not talking about the 99%. I'm sorry. Like, no, you're not. You are not talking about the 99% of websites in the world. So making content that misleads the majority of your audience, right? Only 1% of your audience should care about that. Like, by just, you know, rational standards. Technically, here on Twitch, none of your audience cares about that shit. As content creators, none of your audience cares about that shit. Or should care about that shit. That's fine, Matios. As far as email providers go, how many of them are there that actually matter? A couple. At that point, it's still part of that 1%. It comes down to how we feel, but again, like, the data you're looking at, I feel like, is selective, right? Selective data is just as bad as anecdotal data. Is just as bad as generalized data. The only thing that gets measured are the things that fail. No, like, that's the whole problem there, Spiridon. The only thing that actually has data is the failures. So it's always going to be flawed. No one cares about the data of a WordPress site. No one cares about the data of some random BS SaaS like AI wrapper. It's not going to get published because no one actually cares. 99% of the stuff we deal with is not that stuff. Okay, I look forward to reading your data. Again, I believe there is some level of selection there. There is a selection bias. I believe you're taking personal offense to it. That's fine. I get it. I am pointing out that there is a massive selection bias. I would really question if you haven't put that stuff to a statistical, like, selection bias test of someone. Like, I don't know. Again, the data is already a selection bias. No. Like, the fact that the data was reported is already its own selection bias. That's my main point. I'm not saying we can't trust any data. I'm just pointing out that the data you have is already selecting for the people that would report that. And that is already a sub-selection of the general population. This is statistics, man. Right? This is just pure on, like, statistics. There's a bias towards, like, yeah, the things that mess up have a bias towards reporting it. There's absolute bias in data being reported because there's no reason to report data that doesn't matter. That's my main point. Again, we can disagree. I'm not trying to upset you, man. I'm not trying to make you defend it. Yeah, again, here's the biggest thing. You're gating that stuff behind a payment. I think that's tough. Because then there is a bias towards your opinion as well, right? Like, I don't know, man. Like, money pollutes everything. No, your streams are free. I get that. But your analysis of the data is going to be paid, right? I push back on that. You do whatever you want. Like, I don't care. Like, I respect you. I think you're awesome, man. I'm just simply talking about performance as, like, the end-all be-all is a major problem. I push back on that massively. That's all. And I have used you and the Primogen together, which I think you should probably take as a compliment. I have used you two as examples of seeing the forest for the trees. And that's just my opinion as just some stoner that drinks too much whiskey. I could be totally wrong. But to me, there's nothing in the arguments I've heard that hint that there isn't selection bias going on. That's all. I didn't want to, like, you know, I didn't want to rile you up. I didn't want to ruffle any feathers. But I did want to at least, like, be honest with you that I have been mentioning this and chatting about it when it does come up. That's all. Perfect. All right. I just want to make sure. That's all. Yeah, I think performance for performance sake is massively misleading. Right? That's all. That's like the biggest thing. In the same way that I push back on Prime and his mentality that you should be able to type super fast and, like, you know, Vim makes you a better programmer. Like, he doesn't necessarily say that verbatim. And that is me misrepresenting it, for sure. But at the end of the day, like, using a less performant language doesn't make you less of a programmer. And I think that is maybe not a rhetoric that Prime espouses, but it is at least something someone watching Prime stream would take away. Right? Exactly, right? Like, web dev is, like, are there edge cases? Yes. When Prime talks about making software to live inside of a TV, yes, that shit matters. But that is, like, the 1% of the 1% of software that we're going to deploy. Yeah, no worries, Spiro. Like, again, like every single time I say this, I preface it with, I'm huge fans of both. Like, you know that, right? Like, I'm a fan, man. Like, yeah, you make great content. I just think these things are worth discussing, and it's worth hearing the opposite side. Because honestly, like, how many people out there are actually talking about these things? Right? Like, sure, there are a lot of people that care about performance on, like, the side of being absolutely performant, but there are very few people that actually push back and have legitimate arguments against performance for performance sake. Right? Like, how many people can you name that actually say that out loud, at least? That's all I'm getting at. So, again, right? Disagreement is healthy. We can disagree and still be friends. That's important. That is massively important. That's like a big part of what makes society work. That's all. I just, you know. I have been mentioning you at least a couple times within the past week. And I just wanted to let you know that I've been doing so. That's all. Always with the preface that, yeah, you know, like, always with a preface, because that's important too. Yep. Yeah, exactly. The moment you can't have a conversation with someone that disagrees is the moment that communication breaks down. And that becomes, like, the bigger problem. That is so much more important and, like, wrong than disagreeing.
We are in the presence of greatness.
So you disagree on speed and efficiency. In your tooling and skills, though, you're not accounting for the fact that your mental energy is finite.
Gravity-propelled board.
So Sprez.
Place at the Skydrop Championship.
That was a fuzzy statement for sure.
The triple helix maneuver on the steepest part of the Burj Khalifa, overtaking 5 competitors in the last 10 seconds.
Hold on, let's listen to this though.
They're also celebrated for setting the world record for the longest continuous slide, a breathtaking 3-minute descent down Shanghai Tower, solidifying their legacy in the sport.
Omni, no. Again, it depends. If your first message in a chat is being a dick and disagreeing with someone without giving any deference, then yes, obviously, you're gonna get banned as a hater. Like, that happens, man. Like, Omni, that 1000% happens. There are so many trolls out there. I have some really dedicated trolls, actually. Like, massively dedicated trolls out there. They will create brand new accounts just to, like, jab at me. For sure, they exist. They will actually create a dozen accounts just to use a year or two later. Just they're not identified as being brand new. I know they exist because I know there's an entire fucking Discord in which they chat and communicate with each other. There's a streamer's Discord in which they totally embrace the fact that they hate me. So Medios, I think that's a very good take, right? And Sprez, I will point out, like, you're totally right. If my linter is non-performant, then holy shit, dude. Like, yeah, that's a huge problem. Right? There's a huge problem. If I type something and my editor takes 30 seconds to respond with, like, what I did wrong. When that happens, I got something going wrong, like, I gotta fix it. So I get it, like, there are times when performance absolutely matters. But that is still like a 1% thing, right? The editor tooling we deal with is still part of that 1% of software where performance absolutely matters. Now, I'm not saying write non-performant code. I'm saying when you're writing Rust code, you can just clone stuff. And the compiler is smart enough to elide away a lot of those clones. It totally is. 1000%. We've proved it. We've seen it done via Godbolt. Right? Someone I know and trust, Donut Pointer, has actually done that with code I've written. They've actually then put it into Godbolt and looked at it and seen that, yeah, the perfect version versus the one with the clones, that shit got elided away, and it doesn't matter. It was the same assembly at the end of the day. Because the compiler is smarter than us in a lot of cases. So when I push back, hold on. So it depends on, like, the argument I have against Prime's, like, perfection in your tooling thing. You can have absolutely fast editor tooling in VS Code. VS Code versus Vim is a bullshit argument that only trolls actually care about, in my opinion. Use whatever you want, just be productive. When it comes to navigating your text files via Vim motions, sure, is that navigation that much more helpful? I don't know. I have, like, the alt click and the apple click inside of VS Code to navigate to what I need to as well. Right? So at that point, like, your navigation of, like, memorizing and mastering Vim motions is meh compared to just understanding your tool. And I believe Prime actually does advocate for that more so than, like, learn Vim. Just understand the tool you're working with and use it in a way that matters, right? In a way that makes you more efficient. Sure. Like, understand VS Code. When I'm in VS Code, I can hit Apple key and I can go and jump to the definition of that. Prime can do the same thing with some Vim motion, for sure, right? But, like, that's the big thing. Prime does push understand your tool, and that's important, for sure, 1000%. But the big thing I push back on Prime about is he massively cares about your typing speed. And I push majorly back on typing speed mattering. Majorly. Like so much so that I massively disagree with that statement of your typing speed mattering. It doesn't. It really, really doesn't. We have auto-completion to augment that. We have all sorts of tools that augment your typing speed. Like, yeah, typing speed is one of the most meaningless metrics that some people really like to care about. Now, here's one of the things. I have an anecdotal reason for believing this. I also have other reasons for believing it too, but the anecdotal reason I have is my dad is one of those jerks that cares so much about typing speed. He will brag about how fast he can type. He can't do it anymore, by the way. He's fucking 80, so, like, that's different. But back in the day when he was younger, he would brag about how fast he types. He's a fucking hardware dude. Meanwhile, my mom is one of those, like, hunt and peck, like, freestyle typers. The software she has written is so much more important than the software my dad has written. So much more influential, has delivered so much more business value in general. And, like, it doesn't matter, right? Because most of our time as developers is spent thinking about the problem, reading other people's code. Hacking out code is the edge case. That's maybe the 20%. I think it's less than 20% of our time. Again, so Sprez, you're actually talking about, like, the 10 to 20% in the other direction. Right? Yes, if you're really slow, maybe. But again, my mom is a hunt and peck programmer, and the amount of like business value she has delivered is probably in the millions, maybe tens of millions. Right? At some point, typing speed is meaningless. Knowing what you need to type is more important than typing it quickly. Have I ever tried to improve my typing speed? No, because the things I need to type quickly, I learn how to do quickly anyway. Right? Get commands. I can type without looking at my keyboard. Did I practice doing it? No, I just did it enough that it happens. Right? I don't need to focus on doing something because if I do it often enough, it optimizes itself. The difference between slice and splice. I don't need to memorize that shit. I can look it up because the amount of time I'm doing that is so minimal, it doesn't matter. Maybe that four-wheel. I was being conservative. I was actually just talking about the stuff she did at Microsoft. I wasn't even considering like the 1-800 system. I wasn't even considering the 1-800 system. I was just talking about the stuff she did at Microsoft optimizing SQL queries. Easily millions of dollars worth of compute time and also being able to action on, you know, business data quicker. No, I still know what you mean, four-wheel. Like, for sure. No, so Omni, my mom was on, like, the business intelligence side, right, at Microsoft. At Microsoft, she was a contractor who was optimizing SQL queries. So someone would write some, like, nested query stuff, right? Like, and instead, she would optimize it to joins and, like, easily 10x or 100x that shit. Right? Stuff that would run for days would run for hours after she got done with it. Right? Subqueries are the enemy. My mom also wrote 1-800 number portability. Or helped. I think she was on a team. She would definitely not claim that shit 100%. Like, no, she was on a team. But yes, at the end of the day, my mom is a hunt and peck typer. She raises her hand way off the keyboard to hit enter. Right? When you can be in the other room and you know when she hits enter. Because you can hear it. Right? Like, that's the thing. My dad is the dude that brags about his typing speed. My mom is the one that gets shit done. Now, granted, my dad designed hardware that delivered millions, possibly billions of dollars worth of value, but his typing speed didn't matter for that shit. So that's all I'm getting at, right? Like, that is the context I have for a lot of this stuff. It is purely anecdotal. I don't know for sure, man. Like the argument for handwriting, for sure, right? I don't need to write quickly. I can just say what I need and hire someone for way less money that can actually type that shit out. You know, like, I can just dictate some shit instead. So yeah, there you go, four-wheel. That's another good point. Like, I've worked with massively better programmers than I. Massively better, right? We've had Dylan Mulroy here on stream. We can watch the Primogen code. How much time do they spend deleting the code that they just hacked out versus maybe just thinking about what we need to type first? I don't know. It's an argument to be made. Now, the argument they would make is they don't know what edits they need to make until they hack it out. And that might just simply like dial back to how we think about our problems and how we solve them. Me, I can form a mental model about a lot of this stuff. Right? Meanwhile, there are some people that can't form like mental images. That's like a thing, aphantasia. Like totally exists. Does that mean that they're not going to be good programmers? Hell no. But it might mean that they need to hack it out first and then edit and then rerun and refactor. Totally. I get it. I totally get it. So I might be speaking from a place of privilege because I can, visualize what I need first. Not all the time. Like, I'm not perfect. I'm not some genius. But I like to think about the thing I'm going to write before I write it. Yeah, shower thoughts are massively a thing, spreads. It does really depend upon your ability to mentally model the code that you're dealing with. Shower thoughts, like I talk about the diffuse thought process pretty much every other day. The diffuse thought process is the number one weapon we have for writing code and thinking about the problems we need to solve. The focused thought process is meh. The diffuse thought process, my background brain is so much smarter than my foreground brain. Like, holy shit, dude. I wish that dude could just make all my decisions. Instead, like, I have to make decisions on the fly sometimes. Fuck. And then I have to deal with them. You got a waterproof keyboard just for that. Nailed it. I like that. So Sprez, again, your process is your process, and you've learned to do whatever you've learned to do. And, no one can tell you how you should do your own thought process. What I would simply say is, at some point, would you benefit from an outline rather than the code? Like, if we look at our back-end code, I totally do that. Like, let's just pretend, right? Like, okay, so I need to validate email. Then I need to validate password. I need to instead, for sure, first validate input, right? Using Zod, right? Could you actually create an outline rather than hacking out the code first? I bet you could. Right? I think many of the people that pride themselves on fast typing could actually hack out their outline before they even need to go do the refactor thing. And when I really do point this out, I've never seen a single fast typer actually do this process. I've never seen a fast typing person actually do this entire process. You know? To me, creating an outline is so much more important than just hacking out code. Figuring out what you need to type first versus actually typing it is valuable. You're a storyboarder. I know. Hold on. Should you have thrown a cap on that, Cam? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe you're bullshitting. Maybe you're just having fun. Maybe you're actually correct and like, yeah, you draw it and sketch it out. That's more fun, isn't it? Sure, I'd love to see some of those sketches. But my main point being, you can figure out what you need to type before you actually type it. There's definitely a process to that. And at this point, if you're putting this like thought into the things you make, your typing speed is so much less valuable. So, Omnifidus, sorry, Fidus? I actually don't know how to pronounce your full name. I just say Omni typically. So, Omni, Prime is the Primogen. He's awesome. I consider him a friend. I think he is the second longest sub I have. And I think he is the second longest sub to me as well. Right? So, like, I consider him massively a friend. He's awesome. He's great. But we can disagree and still be friends. That is like a foundational portion of life in general, right? Society would break down if we weren't capable of that. Sorry, I've had the whiskey. I am fighting like the precursor headache of a cluster headache right now. So, yeah, just pointing out. Just like with Spiro, we can disagree, we have different approaches, we have different ways we think about programming. And the best value we can gain from it is actually chatting about it, rather than separating ourselves from it, you know? Omnifidus. Was that right? Was I close? I feel like I still emphasized the eh. It's the name of your VC Corp. I get it, right? But Omnifidus, is that like the pronunciation? Right? I think the big thing was like saying it's like Greek. Okay, right? Cool. Bam. Nailed it. I might still say Omni though, just because it's less syllables and I'm lazy. I think it works, man. Like, nah. Every name is shitty for Twitch. Right? Like, you got people that can't pronounce any name. So, like, who cares, man? Don't worry about it. Yeah, Sprez has entered chat. Sprezatera. Is that it? I'm still gonna say Sprez, because I'm lazy, you know. But did I say it properly when I said the whole thing? Sprezatera. I don't know. Let me know. It's your name. I'll try and do it better. Sprezzatura. Or Sprezzature? I feel like you could do the phonetic spelling of the last part better. And you could maybe like capitalize the part that needs emphasis, etc. Okay, yep, for sure. Yeah, like Sprezzatura. Trioria. Like, yeah, I immediately start thinking of like Rome Total War. Sprezzatura. Like, yeah, for sure. They're like the Triarii, but like way more pedantic. Again, sorry, the pedantic reference was just like I was looking for something. Again, you're not that pedantic. It was a joke. I'm still gonna just say Sprez. It seems like majorly like Greek or Roman. Sprezzatura. Like, yeah, no, it sounds like Triarii or whatever, right? It sounds Roman. Did I just out myself that I have played way too much Rome Total War? Right? The Triarii like comment? For sure. Alright, so we are at basically 9 p.m. This was some good chatting, etc. Like, I really do appreciate it. We actually finished up our back end endpoints. Sprezza. Like, Sprezzatura. Not like Sprezza, but Sprezza. Like a Sprezza, you know? Have yourself a Sprezza. Hold on, maybe I'm like missing it. Everyone would love 11 Sprezza. Nailed it? No, that's just engagement farming right there. Like, no, Sprezza. Like, come on, man. Like, no, you get it. Like, duh. If you stream in, like, the Italian time zone, no, that's just engagement farming, man. That's a good job. Nailed it. As Omnifidus would say, I know, Omnifidus, I get it. I'm just saying. I'm still gonna say Omni. But who do we go raid? Yeah. This dude needs to eat some food. I'm feeling lazy, but lazy actually just means I make some like shrimp scampi. Yeah, after the shrimp scampi, more outlaws. Absolutely, for sure. Yep. God, I need to like chug some whiskey though. And we'll see how long I last. I'll eat some food first. And then I'll chug some whiskey. But yeah, dude, yeah, I'm still feeling this like behind the left eye headache. I'm really not happy about it. Like, I feel like I've been having enough whiskey that it should have subsided. I think here's the thing. It would have been worse. It would have been worse if I wasn't drinking. So, you know, is what it is. But who do you go raid? Yeah. And again, I really hope Spiro didn't take offense. I hope people from his raid didn't take offense. No, I need food no matter what. Like, no, that's the thing. Like, 1000%. I need food. For sure. Do I get them often? No, they only happen during spring and fall when the weather cycle does a barometric pressure, like, sine wave. And also when I mess up my sleep cycle. Now, granted, I don't know if the sleep cycle is impacted by, like, the sleep cycle may have been impacted ahead of time. Right? Like, yesterday, my body may have actually, like, detected the incoming barometric pressure thing. That part's tougher. I don't know. But I did mess up my sleep cycle last night, so I'm not sure. I really don't know. It's like a, right? Chicken versus egg kind of situation. I mean, I gamed until 2, and then I stayed up till 5 doing some video editing. But I wasn't tired at that time. So, yeah, there are two aspects of, like, impending headache. Either I don't get tired and I can go until, like, I could just, like, skip sleeping, or I'm, like, dead tired and I fall into bed. Either one of those is an indicator that I'm gonna have a bad day the next day. Like, due to the headache. So that's tougher. That's a problem. Do I like it? No. Is it something I've started to recognize? A little bit. No, so four-wheel, like, I'm actually pretty good at being able to, like, put my head down and be still enough. Like, when I was in high school, I totally had it to where, like, oh, I just can't get to sleep. But I've actually, like, practiced and gotten to a good point where I can, like, silence my brain. The only time I can't do that is, like, the day before the first day of snowboarding every season. Yeah, day before first day of snowboarding, I stay awake thinking about snowboarding. For sure. Like, you know, when you're just so excited for something that you just can't sleep. I totally get that. This was not that. I was able to go to sleep the moment I put my head down and, like, you know, did the pre-sleep ritual. I don't want to get gross about it, but people that know. Like Christmas when you were a kid. Exactly. Yeah, for sure. I do have, like, a pre-sleep ritual. There are some nights I skip it, but for the most part, I have a pre-sleep ritual. Not that one. It's a much simpler ritual. It involves not safe for work websites. No, not that. Come on. No politics, please. Totally. Nailed it. Good job. Touche. Touche. All right, so who do we go raid? I'm gonna do shrimp scampi tonight. It'll be delicious. It'll be fantastic. Oh, I see Evan J. Stern going. We see Nick Juan Data Sci. You know what? We see Proton Fig. He doesn't have his video going. Damn. I massively prefer people that have their camera. Nah, you know what? We're gonna go raid Evan J. Stern. He's great. We'll probably see him at TwitchCon. Fuck it, why not? Oh, he's launching the game right fucking now. He's playing Star Wars Outlaws, and it might be his first time doing so? If you've ever seen the show Letterkenny, he plays Roldy. Right? The guy that goes, Sturt! No, he's great. He's a super cool dude. Damn, he's doing like the beard, like facial hair thing too. Dude, he kills it. Yeah, no, he's awesome. He grows better facial hair than I do. That's fine. So, YouTube Algora, I bid farewell. I'll see ya on Thursday. Wednesday is my day off, and I got work to do tomorrow for sure. I'll be on gaming stream tomorrow, which is Griffing and Chill on Twitch. Wink, wink, wink. But yeah, so YouTube Algora. See you guys soon. Cheers.